Learning assessment for the students of second year B.ED course of Odisha. This book is written by Srimati Saroj Nalini Lenka, ex-reader, Nabakrushna Chaudhary College of Teacher Education, Angul. Part 1. Assessment, Evaluation and Learning. Introduction. Every aspect of our daily lives from birth to death is touched by measurement in its numerous forms. At birth, time is recorded according to the watch. During the next few days, the baby's weight, temperature are measured. The tailor measures different dimensions of the body to produce a garment of the proper size. The butcher weighs meat to determine price. The driver observes the speedometer to control speed. All these examples indicate that each of us measures to make many decisions every day. To make wise decisions, accurate information is required. In other words, it can be told that the more accurate the information, the better the decision is likely to be. The main purpose of testing or measuring physical or psychological attributes or both is to provide such information for wise decisions. Life is a decision making process. Education as related to life is also considered as a decision making process. Measurement is not the only concept involved in the decision making process. Concepts like measurement, evaluation, test and assessment are also used. It is necessary on the part of each individual involved in this process to have a clear understanding of those basic concepts and their interrelationship. Chapter 1. Basic Concepts. Measurement. Measurement involves the assigning of numbers to attributes or characteristics of persons, objects or events according to certain established rules. In measuring physical characteristics such as height or weight, the quantification rules have been agreed upon and standardized to the point where everyone understands the procedures to be followed. More complex physical measurements (example hearing or vision) require explicit and detailed formulation of rules or procedures to be followed to quantify those characteristics. Educational measurements also require the quantification of attributes according to specified rules. What is measured are the attributes of characteristics of students, objects or events, not the students, events or objects themselves. Teachers can measure attributes such as the height, the intelligence, the interest or the achievement of pupils in different curricula. Thus, the measurement process is conceptually simple. The only requirements are a set of objects, a set of numbers and a rule or rules of the assignment of a number to each attribute or characteristics of those set of objects. In the simplest way, measurement can be described as the process of obtaining a numerical description of the characteristic possessed by an individual according to the rules to answer the question how much. Measurement and evaluation are terms often used with little regard for their meanings. Measurement refers to the observations that can be expressed quantitatively and answers the question how much. It has been defined in different ways. Measurement in the description of data in terms of numbers Guilford 1915-4. More precisely, measurement has been defined as the assignment of numerals to object or events according to rules Stevens, 1951. The definition can be restated as measurement is the assignment of numerals to behavior according to rules. The definition indicates measurement of any attribute, physical or psychological, involves the utilization of certain specific procedures to quantify it attribute. Measurement does not say anything about the worth or value of the performance. When the person's performance is interpreted, some value or worth is placed on it. At this point, we are going to answer the question how good or what value. This is evaluation. Measurement measures the question how much, whereas evaluation answers the question how good, moving one step ahead. Evaluation is defined in a variety of ways. Evaluation is an act or a process that allows one to make a judgment about the desirability or value of a measure. Evaluation is a process of delineating, obtaining or providing useful information for judging decision alternatives. Stuffel, Beam et al. From these two definitions, it can be concluded that evaluation always includes value judgments. It is the qualitative description of characteristics, but measurement always quantifies the characteristics. An example can illustrate the difference between measurement and evaluation. Administering one test to the students of class 10, I found that Lisa has secured 70 out of 100. This test score 70 is a measurement. When her score will be interpreted in terms of grades, that is, she has received grade A, it is an evaluation. In other words, the objective description of one's performance (test score) is a measurement, and subjective judgment of its quality (the grade) is an evaluation. Measurement is a tool of evaluation. Evaluation is a more inclusive term than measurement. The useful purpose of measuring in education is to provide data which may be used in the evaluative process. Relationship. Evaluation is a broader term than measurement. Measurement is always quantitative, but evaluation may or may not be based upon quantitative description. Evaluation always includes value judgments of the results. Mathematically, the comprehensive nature of evaluation and the role of measurement can be represented as evaluation is equal to quantitative description (measurement) and or qualitative description (non-measurement) plus value judgment. Tests. Any decision regarding student learning requires a number of techniques for measuring students' achievement. In spite of advancement of technology, still tests are considered as the only means in most part of our country. It is desirable on the part of all teachers to understand its connotation that they will be motivated to incorporate other different means in the process of education and thereby will help the learners for their optimal development. A test may be described as a task or series of tasks used to obtain systematic observations presumed to be representative of educational or psychological traits or attributes. Generally, tests require examinees to respond items or questions from which the examiner infers something about the attribute being measured. It does not imply that tests can only measure cognitive or intellectual attributes or that the examinee is necessarily aware that he is being tested. What is important is that tests involve tasks and these tasks be arranged so as to yield systematic observations of a trait. In other words, any planned systematic procedure or series of tasks used to obtain observations can be termed as tests. In education, the tasks in the tests are devised to elicit behavior. To Brown, a test is defined as a systematic procedure for measuring a sample of behavior. Lynn and Miller have opined a test is a particular type of assessment that typically consists of a set of questions administered during a fixed period of time under reasonably comparable conditions for all students. We sometimes use testing and assessment together even though tests are specific type of assessment. When used in this way, assessment emphasizes the broader array of performance and projects that might be called to mind by the word testing. Tests are administered with the expectation that measurements derived from them will be helpful in making decisions with a minimum of risk. The extent to which tests minimize risk and increase the probability of effective decision is a function of the amount of dependable knowledge the test provides beyond the teacher's current information. Test measures only a narrow segment of skills and abilities. Ability and academic achievement occupy an Olympian perch on the prestige ladder. Yet, it is widely agreed that motivation, creativity, personal honesty, intuition, even the degree of social consciousness play significant roles in the struggle for the most cherished of American ideals, success in life. Admission tests thus measure a relatively narrow segment of human potential. Educational Testing Service, 1979. Non-measurement. It is not always possible to quantify all aspects of human behavior, but we pass comments like C is very good, very bad, very sincere, no doubt, very good, very bad, very sincere. Our evaluation as explained above. But how do we judge? We judge by observations, experiences which are qualitative bracket non-measurement. Non-measurement. It is not always possible to quantify all aspects of human behavior, but we pass comments like C is very good, very bad, very sincere, no doubt, very good, very bad, very sincere. Our evaluation as explained above. But how do we judge? We judge by observations, experiences which are qualitative bracket non-measurement. Assessment. Another frequently used term is assessment. Assessment refers to the global process of synthesizing information about individuals so as to describe and understand them better. It is not restricted to formal measurement procedure only for obtaining information about an individual. It indicates that a variety of sources of information, both formal and informal, may be used to arrive at a genuine description. It requires a number of techniques for measuring student achievement. It is more than a collection of techniques. It is a process, a systematic one, that plays a significant role in effective teaching. It begins with the identification of learning goals and ends with a judgment concerning the extent to which those goals have been attained. Assessment is a general term that includes the full range of procedures used to gain information about student learning, bracket observations, ratings of performances and projects, paper and pencil tests, and the information of value judgments concerning learning progress. Assessment is an integrated process for determining the nature and extent of student learning and development. Assessment is the best viewed as a process of making genuine decisions based on genuine information for improvement. Test, measurement, evaluation and assessment, their interrelationship. Tests. Tests are developed or selected, bracket standardized, administered to the class and scored, bracket measurement. A test is a particular type of assessment that typically consists of a set of questions administered during a fixed period of time under reasonably comparable conditions for all the students. Test results are then used to make decisions about a pupil, bracket to assign a grade, recommended for an advanced program, instruction, bracket repeat, review, move on, curriculum, bracket replace, revise, or other educational factors. It answers to the questions: what is the performance? Measurement. It is the process of obtaining a numerical description of the characteristic exhibited by individual according to rules and answer the question how much. Evaluation. As described earlier, evaluation answers the question how good. It always includes value judgment of the results obtained through tests or other measuring instruments. It may be based upon either quantitative or qualitative description or both. Assessment. In assessment, information is collected from tests and other measurement procedures, bracket portfolios or performance assessments, rating scales, checklists and observations. This information is critically evaluated and integrated with relevant background and contextual information. The integration of critically analyzed test results and other information results in a decision about a pupil, instruction, curriculum or other educational factors. Assessment is much more comprehensive and inclusive term than measurement or testing. Assessment may include both quantitative bracket measurement and qualitative bracket non-measurement description of students, but it always includes value judgments concerning the desirability of the results. From the discussion so far, it seems that there is no difference between evaluation and assessment, but critical analysis of the meaning of assessment refers to the global process of synthesizing information about the students so as to describe and understand them better for arriving at a genuine description. Though the formation of value judgment is possible collecting information from limited sources, but instead of relying on such limited snapshot of student achievement, Critically evaluated test results should be combined with results from a variety of other measurement procedures as appropriate and integrated with relevant background and contextual information bracket example reading level, language proficiency, cultural considerations to ensure that the educational decisions are appropriate. Thus, assessment considers both formal testing and teachers' informal observations and judgments are competent and supplement to each other. It does not believe merely in value judgment attached to a data, rather genuine and cumulative value judgment based upon information collected from number of sources with the motto for improvement. It believes in more the information, the better decisions are likely to be. In terms of CGPA bracket cumulative grade point average, the relationship between assessment and evaluation can be understood easily. On the basis of evaluation bracket value judgment, grade point is assigned to each of the data or information collected and these grade points are added up. The average which is calculated out of the total grade points is termed as CGPA. The CGPA is assessment which gives overall picture about learner in an area. Some consider evaluation and assessment are interchangeable while others contend that one is different from another. But all agree that both involves value judgment. Assessment is related to the judgment of a situation. Assessment of damage is qualitative view of the situation, whereas an evaluation is quantitative, usually based on facts, statistics or simply numbers. Evaluation of the damage is estimated at 5 crore rupees. Here are the questions. Why do we assess? Why do we evaluate? Is the purpose or answer same in both the cases? Definitely no. Evaluation appraises the strengths and weaknesses of the programs, policies, personnel, products and organizations to improve their effectiveness. Assessment is an ongoing process aimed at improving student learning programs and services that involves a process of 1. Publicly sharing expectations, 2. Defining criteria and standards for quality, 3. Gathering, analyzing and interpreting evidence about how well performance matches the criteria, 4. Using the results to document, explain and improve performance. Assessment determines a rate or amount and is used as an activity to measure student learning and other human characteristics. Evaluation determines significance or worth or judge the effectiveness of educational programs. It is the process of making judgments based on criteria and evidence. Assessment is the process of documenting knowledge, skills, attitudes and beliefs, usually in measurable terms. The goal of assessment is to make improvements as opposed to simply being judged. In an educational context, assessment is the process of describing, collecting, recording, scoring and interpreting information about learning. Assessment provides feedback on knowledge, skills, attitudes and work products for the purpose of elevating future performances and learning outcomes. Evaluation determines the level of quality of performance or outcome and enables decision making based on the level of quality demonstrated. These two processes, evaluation and assessment, are complementary and necessary in education. Both processes can be formative bracket undertaken while an educational process is going on, or summative bracket taken at the conclusion of an educational process. With reference to the purpose, feedback, reporting, we will mark difference between these two as follows. 1. What is the purpose? Evaluation determines whether a standard was met, success or failure. Assessment provides feedback on performance, strengths, areas for improvement and insight. Evaluation determines the quality of the present performance, assessment to improve future performance. Feedback. In case of evaluation, feedback based on level of quality based on set of standard. In case of assessment, feedback is based on observations and strongest and weak points. report. In an assessment, what made the quality of performance strong and how might one improve future performance are included in the report. In evaluation, the performance often compared to a set of standards is included. The report is used in assessment to improve performance, in evaluation to make judgments. Assessment plays a key role in developing one's confidence in one's ability to learn as well as in developing one's lifelong learning skills. Conclusion: evaluation is the process used to determine the quality of a performance or outcome and to make decision based on the quality. Assessment is a process used to improve a performance or outcome. Both processes can be formative undertaken while an educational process is ongoing, or summative taken at the conclusion of an educational process. In education, when optimal development of the child is the main aim, two things are required: determination of the quality and feedback for improvement. A word that describes the determination of the quality is evaluation, and that describes the feedback for improvement is assessment. Evaluation is the term used to describe the determination of the level of quality. This process focuses only on the actual level of quality with no interest in why that level was attained. Assessment, on the other hand, is the term used to look at how the level of quality is of a performance or outcome could be improved in the future. It includes the strengths that should be sustained as well as high priority areas for improvement. The assessment process is not concerned with the level of quality, only with how to improve to the level of quality. From the discussion so far, it is clear that evaluation is valuation. That means examine the value or worth or desirability or standard. In the simplest way, as also discussed earlier, evaluation is the process of examining the worth of anything: programs, policies, personnel, products and organization. Similarly, assessment means attainment, that is, how the level of accomplishment or achievement can be improved in future. The word future indicates the comparison of present performance with the future performance plus improvement. So without knowing the quality of present performance, that is evaluation, it is not possible to improve the quality of the future performance. So the relationship between these two terms can be mentioned as assessment is equal to present attainment plus future improvement. Assessment is equal to evaluation plus improvement. In general, these two words, evaluation and assessment, are used with no difference. Why do we measure, assess? Psychologists, educators and other behavioral scientists make extensive use of measurements. However, they give emphasis not on economic or physical variables, rather they measure aptitudes, interests, attitudes, abilities, achievement, values and personality characteristics. These measurements are used for different purposes such as effective planning, decision making and evaluation. The teacher, a behavioral scientist, is interested in psychological measurement. Hence, at this point, description of several applications of psychological measurement is desirable to assess the learner. Main uses of psychological measurements are descriptive uses and decision making uses. Descriptive uses. The name indicates tests are used for the description of an individual in some situations. The information which is obtained in this case is used more than once for various purposes. For example, a counselor may use test scores to help a client in selecting a course, planning a program of study, improving study methods, or making a career choice. This descriptive information is of most value when there is the contact between the test user and the test taker over an extended period of time. These descriptive uses generally involve measurements of broad abilities and characteristics that are relatively stable over time. Decision making use. On the other hand, tests are also used in making specific and practical decisions. Thus, In contrast to descriptive uses, the test content will be narrower and more focused in specific situation. Some common decision making uses of tests are described below. Diagnosis. It is concerned with the specific weaknesses of individuals. The aim of a diagnostic procedure is to reveal the specific location of the pupil's difficulties and to provide remedial help. There are 5 steps or levels in this process. Those are identification of individuals having trouble, location of errors, cause of errors, remedial help, and prevention of errors. In a nutshell, diagnostic decisions are those made about a student's strengths and weaknesses, the reason or reasons for them, and to formulate a plan for remedial action. Evaluation. Test scores are also used to evaluate educational programs, treatments, or procedures. For example, evaluations of the effectiveness of 2 methods of teaching chemistry. In this experiment, some students will be taught the course, maybe whole or part, by one method, and others are taught by a second method. At the end, both groups will be tested. By comparing the scores of the 2 groups of students, it can be determined which method is better. Placement. Placement decisions are made after an individual has been accepted into a program. Selection implies a dichotomous decision of admission or rejection. If he is admitted, the student has to be assigned to an optimal program, and there might be several possibilities such as training programs, jobs, or academic courses. The aim is to match individuals' characteristics and alternatives in an optimal manner. They involve determining where in a program someone is best suited to begin work. The placement decision involves both prediction success and the risk that prediction will lead to incorrect placements. Certification or proficiency. Some areas demand proficiency. Those who do not meet minimum standards, they should not be entrusted to perform the task. For example, performing surgery requires a degree of proficiency. A certificate for typists, license for automobile drivers, airline pilots, dentists, lawyers, accountants invariably require some stated minimal level of proficiency before individuals are allowed to practice. Certificates or licenses are issued to those persons who are capable of performing certain tasks at high level. The distinguishing feature of proficiency testing is that a minimal level of performance, that is, the criterion is specified in advance, and the decision involves determining whether performance meets this criterion or not. Criterion reference tests are used generally for this purpose. Grading. The purpose of grading is to improve student learning and development. The improvement of student learning is probably best achieved by the day-to-day assessment of learning and the feedback from tests and other assessment procedures. The teacher often considers test scores and other data in making decisions about who gets A's, B's, and so on. If test data are used, naturally it is important that such data be acquired from appropriate tests, including performance and portfolio assessments. Teacher-made tests are usually the most appropriate for grading decisions. Other factors such as attendance, ability, attitude, behavior, and effort can also be graded. Although each of these factors represents an area of legitimate concern to classroom teachers, and although assigning grades for one or more of these factors is perfectly acceptable, these grades should be kept separate from grades for achievement. Students and parents need a periodic summary of their learning progress. They find it difficult to integrate test scores, ratings, and other assessment results into a summary of how they are doing. Periodic summary helps for corrective action and thereby improvement. The more frequent and varied the evidence of student accomplishments, the more judiciously the teacher can assign the grades to the students that they deserve. Promotion. Promotion decisions are made on the basis of level of mastery. A student is required to attain at least some minimal level of mastery before he is allowed to proceed to next higher or more complex instructional level. All of us are aware of the fact that in an educational institution, classes are there from 1 to 10 up to secondary level, which are graded in order of complexity. Perhaps this is the reason for which classes in schools are also called as grades. Decision regarding the promotion of a student to the next grade is made on the basis of the performance that indicates the extent to which the instructional goals have been achieved. This basis helps in assigning course grades or for certifying student mastery of the intended learning outcomes. It is suggested that promotion decisions should not be made on the basis of a single test score, but should be by other relevant information about the student's knowledge and skills, such as grades, teacher recommendations, and other related circumstances. The American Educational Research Association, the American Psychological Association, and the National Council on Measurement in Education of America have opined that promotion decisions should be based on a movie that illustrates the complexities of achievement over time rather than a single frame or snapshot from that movie. As for the promotion, it is necessary on the part of the student to attain the desired level of mastery. Criterion reference test or mastery test is useful. Monitoring learning, providing feedback. Learning is improved when students are given specific feedback regarding their progress. To monitor learning progress during instruction, it is possible providing continuous feedback to both students and teachers concerning learning success and failures. Feedback to students provides reinforcement to successful learning and identifies the specific learning errors and misconceptions that are in need of correction. Feedback to teachers provides information for modifying instruction and for prescribing group or individual work. In general, the more specific this feedback is, the greater is the probability that students will improve. By reviewing the test, which the students, when the papers are returned, teachers can help students discover their errors and misconceptions. Students are in a good position to improve when they are told that what are the reasons for their errors. By keeping records for student performance, teachers can modify their teaching strategies to help students for increasing their knowledge. Sometimes, of course, the student is able to provide his own feedback and correct his own errors, but more often the novice needs direct guidance from the teacher. This is the function of feedback, to guide the student for improving his performance. Two kinds of feedback can be provided through test: comparing the individual's progress with the performance of some specified reference group bracket members of his class, or a sample of a particular graders throughout the district, state, or nation, or in comparison with criteria specified by the teacher. When tests are used to compare with others, they are called norm referenced tests. When the pupil progress is compared to criteria established by the teacher, example, a minimum typing rate of 30 words per minute or at least 10 words written correctly per week, the test is referred as a criterion referenced test. Ranking means ordering. For some uses, it is necessary to arrange a set of scores in order of size and to assign a rank to each score. This will indicate the relative position of each score in the group. Ordinarily, the large score is given a rank of 1. The largest score is given a rank of 1. The second largest a rank of 2, and so on until all scores are ranked. When two or more students have the same score, bracket the 281s or the 365s, the average of the ranks for those students is given to each. Thus, the two students who received scores of 81 and occupied the positions 8 and 9, they will receive the rank 8.5, the average of these two ranks. Rank order lists for different exam scores enables on to compare between subjects and within subject, and also between term tests. For example, it would make easier to see how many students had scores below 70 on the midterm and how many on the final. It also helps to identify best 10 students on an exam, and comparing one year's performance with the previous year will enable to know whether the scores have increased or decreased with reference to the same ranks. The decision regarding who is or are to be awarded is based upon ranking. Generally, in schools, prizes are given to students who rank first, second, and third positions, and these sort of decisions are made on the basis of ranks given to grand total secured in an examination. Prognosis and selection. In this, the goal of testing is to identify the most promising applicants, that is, those with the highest probability of success. These sort of decisions involve test data in part for accepting or rejecting applicants for admission into a group, program, or institution. At the elementary and secondary school level, teachers are often asked to assist with testing pupils for selection into remedial programs that are designed to improve educational opportunities for economically disadvantaged students. Standardized tests are mostly norm reference tests that are used for these purposes. To prognosticate pupils' success in academic achievements and in various professions, aptitude tests are used. General intelligence is one of the significant predeterminers for measurement of general capacity. Aptitude tests are used for the prediction of the capacity and potential success in different fields, and thereby these tests help to predict or to identify individuals who have the greatest potential for development along special lines or who are likely to profit most by special training. This sort of knowledge helps in educational and
1.
vocational guidance.
Corrective action planning. Being periodical, it enables us to better adjust our instruction according to the needs of the class. The test or any evaluation instrument provides information concerning success and failures in the learning from time to time and enables us to make immediate action correcting the previous one for better learning in future in accordance with the learning needs of the group. In this evaluation, the pupil's response might be analyzed item by item to reveal where errors should be corrected by group instruction and individual patterns of errors by individualized remedial instruction. Thus, this type of evaluation helps in planning corrective action for both individuals and groups. 2. Facilitating pupil motivation. In two ways, people can be motivated. 1. Providing immediate attainable goals. 2. Providing knowledge of learning progress. Pupils need short term goals to serve as guide points, and they emphasize those learning outcomes that are reflected in the evaluation procedure. It arouses and directs learning activity towards definite short term goals, and also the evaluation procedure contributes to motivation, providing knowledge to students how well they are doing. The results from the evaluation devices provides continuous feedback to the learner concerning his success and failures. Immediate as well as specific feedback is most effective. It is possible if he is informed immediately whether his response is correct or not. We can do this by A. Returning evaluation results to pupils as soon as possible. B. Making specific comments on pupils' papers. And C. Helping pupils to develop self evaluation skills by letting pupils learn the qualities desired in a performance, obtaining experience in judging their own work. 3. Accelerating retention and transfer of learning. For retention, attention is to be focused on most permanent and most widely applicable learning outcomes. In case of complex learning and learning outcomes, retention increases. Only retention is not essential in learning, rather, they should be able to apply their learning to new situations. This positive transfer of learning is a major objective in education. Learning material has very limited value if transfer is not possible. To increase retention and transfer of learning, complex learning outcomes are to be stressed and opportunities are to be provided to apply newly learned material. Informative evaluation most frequently teacher made tests are used, though tests made by publishers can also serve this function. Observational techniques are also useful in improving pupil progress and identifying learning errors. Summative evaluation. At the end of the unit or course, a summative test is given to measure achievement. The evaluation which is made on the results of this test is called summative evaluation. It is designed primarily for assigning grades or to determine whether students have mastered the objectives and also to indicate whether the instruction has been effective. Since these assessments are collected at the end of instruction and measure the result of learning that can be used for 1. Assigning grades, 2. Reporting parents, pupils, and the school personnel about learning progress, and 3. Improving learning and instruction. These evaluations are of less value for directing instruction and learning. Arrangement, arrangement of the test and answer sheet objective wise can provide feedback on a summative test. In reviewing test results, the pupils could examine the particular items on which they made errors. Summative evaluation results can be used to check on the attainability of the various instructional objectives and the effectiveness of the instruction. If the majority of class members experience learning difficulties in a particular area, the fault resides in the materials and methods of instruction. These evaluation results can also be used to determine the effectiveness of alternate programs for a set of instructional objectives on comparative basis. For these 5 steps are followed as 1. Assignment of teachers and pupils to 2 alternative programs randomly. 2. Pretesting of 2 groups through equivalent forms. 3. Providing the instruction as specified for each program. 4. Common post testing of both groups. And 5. Analysis and comparison of the results to determine which program is more effective. In summary, summative evaluation procedures are useful in providing some direct feedback to pupils, in evaluating the materials and methods of instruction, and in comparing the effectiveness of alternative programs of instruction. In summative evaluation, the techniques used are teacher-made achievement test, rating on various types of performances, example library, and evaluations of products, example writing at etc. Classification of assessment or evaluation, meaning the modern concept of education. 1. Puts the child in the center and not subject matter. 2. Caters to the child's psychological needs and interest, aptitudes, appreciations, etc. 3. Puts more stress on learning than teaching. Here the word education is used for the formal education which is imparted in schools. Schools exist in order to accomplish certain aims and objectives which can be expressed in terms of desired things in pupils' behavior through the content bracket subject matter, and learning activities. Thus, evaluation involves objectives, content, learning activities, and the evaluation procedure itself. Each of these four are related to each other. Instructional programs in the schools are formulated in order to accomplish objectives. The objectives are not likely to be accomplished successfully unless provision is made for determining the extent to which instructional programs have been effective. This determination of the extent to which instructional programs have been effective is nothing but evaluation. This evaluation must be continuous and accurate. Measurement in education is essential if the evaluation process is to be accurately and effectively carried out. In evaluation, a total program of instructional not only measurement procedure can be useful but allows providing information concerning the progress and development of individual pupil are essential. Educational evaluation is nothing but it is the application of evaluation procedure in the process of education, especially to the classroom instruction. Evaluation from an instructional standpoint may be defined as a systematic process of determining to what extent instructional objectives are achieved by pupils. In this definition, we are two important aspects: systematic process and instructional objective. No doubt evaluation involves systematic process because it follows steps systematically such as first, determination of what to evaluate, second, selection of technique or techniques to obtain information about characteristics, third, when to use which technique, fourth, collection of information about the characteristics, and fifth, conclusion value judgment. Instructional objective is a statement of intended outcome. Instructional objectives must be stated properly, which will serve as guide for both teaching and evaluation. In the evaluation process, it helps to know what each or are to be achieved by pupils. Why educational evaluation? All of us know that education is a tripolar process in which three poles are described as the child, the teacher, and the subject matter. The child will acquire knowledge about the subject matter by the teacher for his all round development. Apart from these three, one more aspect of this educational process is there who remain behind the screen but expose their children around whom the whole process moves is parents. And also the administrators play important role in this process, though not directly but indirectly. So the importance of evaluation in the process of education is to be discussed from these five angles: 1. The child, 2. The teacher, 3. The subject matter, 4. The parents, and 5. The administrators. The child. Education is meant for the child. It aims at his all round development, so education should be in accordance with the child's needs, interest, aptitude, attitude, etc. Through evaluation, we can give answer to the questions: 1. Is the child fit for education? 2. What is his achievement? 3. How can we utilize his excel performance? 4. What type of corrective action can be taken up to overcome his learning difficulties? 5. In which area the child performance is below average, average, and above average? Subject matter. In the process of education, the subject matter is the means to achieve the aims of education. So, evaluation is necessary to know: 1. To what extent the subject matter is appropriate to achieve aims of education. 2. To what extent the subject matter caters the child's needs, interest, aptitude, attitude, etc. The teacher. The teacher occupies an important place in the process of education. he must be qualified and trained. He must be efficient in teaching learning process. The evaluation procedure helps in knowing the effectiveness of a teacher in general and particularly 1. To what extent the teacher is efficient. 2. What are his talents and deficiencies? 3. How can his talents may be utilized to the fullest and his deficiencies corrected? Parents. Parents are taxpayers, want to know the result of education. Without knowing the values of education, they will not allow their children to be educated. Particularly in the tribal and rural areas, parents do not send their children to schools being unaware of the results of education. Hence, parents want to ascertain the extent to which these aims have been realized by their children. This is possible only through education evaluation reporting to parents. The administrator. He wants to know about the school programs, policies, and objectives. The school is a formal agency of education. From all the angles, it must be perfect. Its perfection can be known only through evaluation. The administrators gathers information about the school program, policies, objectives from time to time. It enables him to identify strengths and weaknesses in the curriculum, to appraise special programs in the school. It helps in administrative decisions concerning placement, grouping, promotion of pupils in the public relation areas. Use of the evaluation results. We have already discussed how does evaluation help the teacher, the parents and the administrator. The child is the pivot and the subject matter is the means. So evaluation in education contributes to improve pupils' learning by 1. Clarifying the nature of the intended learning outcomes. 2. Providing short-term goals to work. 3. Providing feedback concerning learning progress. 4. Providing information for overcoming learning difficulties. And 5. Facilitating future learning experiences. Information from perfectly developed evaluation techniques can aid in judging 1. The appropriateness and attainability of instructional objectives, 2. The usefulness of the instructional materials, and 3. The effectiveness of the instructional methods. So the evaluations procedures contribute to improvements in the teaching learning process, especially to pupil learning. Other uses of evaluation results: 1. Reporting to parents. 2. In guidance and counseling. 3. In school administration. 4. In research. Steps of evaluation. We have defined evaluation as a systematic process because it follows different steps systematically. We have also discussed what are those different steps. Let us discuss those different steps elaborately. Determine what is to be evaluated. In the teaching learning process, when we are going to evaluate, we evaluate in terms of instructional objective. So the tester must know the instructional objectives. Instructional objective is nothing but a statement of an intended outcome of instruction. To be useful, objectives must be expressed in behavioral terms. Behavioral objectives are statements of educational outcomes that specify what the test taker will know or do, under what condition and to what level of proficiency. Bracket, Mayer 1962. Knowing the objectives and defining it, the tester can write the test in terms. Second step, selection of techniques. There are different tools and techniques used in the process of evaluation, but each of them has different characteristics. Depending upon objectives and purpose, the tool is to be selected. Each evaluation technique is appropriate for some purpose and inappropriate for others. So, in the selection, The appropriateness of the technique for the intended purpose should be the prior consideration, because each technique has its own limitation. For a particular purpose, different techniques may be used to gather information which helps in comprehensive evaluation. For example, to know one's achievement, an achievement test can be administered and grade point average in school records can be used. Third step, when to use which tool. After selection of tool or tools, which tool is to be used when it is important, because the condition of testing is a factor which affects the purpose. For example, a teacher wants to evaluate the achievement of highly intelligent students in mathematics. Here, at least two tests are to be used, one on intelligence and other on mathematics. The achievement in mathematics can also be obtained from school records as in the second step. In this case, the test on intelligence is to be administered to know who are highly intelligent, and then the test on mathematics to support their performance. School records may be used. Fourth step, collection of information. After taking decision when to use which tool or tools, the tester bracket here the teacher has to administer the test. Then he has to score to quantify the characteristics or attribute following specific rules scoring procedure. First, fifth step, conclusion. The teacher compares the result with the level of expectancy and passes judgment. In the above cited example, bracket in the third step, if the teacher was expecting the pupils having 130 plus IQ will secure 80 plus in mathematics, but they secured 95 plus, it can be concluded that highly intelligent pupils are excellent in mathematics. The word excellent is the value judgment bracket evaluation which is based upon measurement. The, these are 5 steps of evaluation, but one important aspect of evaluation which is to be kept in mind always is evaluation is a means to an end, not an end in itself. Evaluation is meant for the purpose. The user must be aware of the purpose. Blindly, one should not gather data with the hope that it will be useful someday, which is a waste of time and effort. Such practices may be harmful if the purpose of testing is misinterpreted by pupils and other bracket parents administrators. Types or approaches to evaluation. We have discussed what are the main uses of psychological measurements. We measure for different purposes. In the process of evaluation, measurement is a tool. If the purpose will be different, then also the procedure. Depending upon the purpose, evaluation has been divided into different types. We have already discussed that in the teaching learning process, evaluation plays an important role facilitating the learning process as well as measuring the outcomes of learning. There are mainly 3 points in the learning sequence about which we should gather information. The first point is at the beginning of a course we evaluate students' knowledge of prerequisite material in accordance with they will be placed in proper grade or class placement evaluation. The second is during the course. Analysis of students' performance during the course can be used in two different ways. One is analyzing the errors from time to time to know particularly recurring errors. They can be used by teacher to diagnose learning difficulties and suggest remedial action, diagnostic evaluation. And the other is to motivate and to provide continuous feedback to both pupil and teacher. Formative evaluation. The third point is to measure achievement at the end of the course to determine students' mastery of the course. Summative evaluation. Hence, from these sequences, evaluation is divided into four types: 1. Placement evaluation, 2. Diagnostic evaluation, 3. Formative evaluation, and 4. Summative evaluation. Placement evaluation. It is concerned with the pupil's entry behavior at the beginning of a new course. To begin with a new course, it is necessary that students should possess prerequisite knowledge and skills needed for the course. This evaluation also enables us to know to what extent the students have mastered the prerequisite knowledge and skills. For example, say at the beginning of an engineering course, the students are required to appear at the entrance test. On the basis of their performance at the written test, students are selected. Again, on the basis of their merit or mastery, they are allowed to take admission in one out of the different branches of engineering. Placement evaluation aims at determining 1. Whether the students possess the prerequisite knowledge and skills, and 2. To what extent they have mastered it. Diagnostic evaluation. Diagnostic evaluation gives emphasis on recurring learning difficulties or errors. If a student commits the same error repeatedly, it is necessary to determining the causes of learning problems and provide remedial action. This evaluation procedure is used during instruction as that of formative evaluation. Formative evaluation purports to provide continuous feedback concerning learning success and failures to both pupil and teacher. It identifies the learning errors and is directed towards improving learning and instruction. If this treatment does not help in overcoming learning difficulties of students, diagnostic evaluation is of no use. It is more comprehensive and detailed. It requires the service of remedial, psychological, and medical specialists. The goal of diagnostic evaluation is to determine the cause of learning problems and suggest remedial action. For diagnostic evaluation, four steps are followed. 1. Determining which pupils are having learning difficulty. 2. Determining the specific nature of the learning difficulty. 3. Determine the factors causing the learning difficulty. 4. Provide appropriate remedial procedures. Formative evaluation. As noted earlier, formative evaluation is used during the course of instruction to determine learning progress, to provide continuous feedback, and to correct learning errors. From those above stated uses, its uses can be restated as 1. To plan corrective action for overcoming learning deficiencies, 2. To facilitate pupil motivation, and 3. To accelerate retention and transfer of learning. All these uses are achieved through this type of evaluation, and it is periodical and is based upon some refined segment of instruction. Let us discuss each of its uses one after another. Aptitude. Aptitude is another name for potential or ability. They refer to the maximum expectation from a student as indicated by a student's score on the test of academic aptitude or potential. The academic aptitude test provides an estimated ceiling for a student's academic performance, whereas academic achievement test measures actual academic performance. A common distinction between achievement test and aptitude test is the achievement test measure what a student has learned, and that aptitude tests measure the ability to learn new tasks. Aptitude score of a student enables the teachers to determine whether a student is achieving as expected or not, and hence enhances achievement test score interpretation. Actually, both measure learned abilities, but achievement tests measure those that are more directly dependent on specific school experiences, whereas aptitude tests measure those based on a wide range of both in school and out of school experiences. This is a matter of degree, hence, aptitude test is a cognitive test as it is concerned with learning. It is designed to predict achievement prior to instruction or selection. It helps to answer how an individual will perform on some criterion before training or instruction is begun or before selection or placement decisions are made. There are general and specific aptitude tests. Specific aptitude tests are used to predict success in specific courses. There are general and specific aptitude tests. Specific aptitude tests are used to predict success in specific courses bracket algebra, language, music, or in specific jobs bracket mechanic, stenographer, welder, and so forth. Intelligent tests are considered global or general aptitude measures. Terms like learning ability test, school ability test, cognitive ability test, and scholastic aptitude test are associated with intelligence test. All these terms emphasize that tests measure developed abilities useful in learning and not innate capacity or undeveloped potential. Test performance is influenced by a number of factors such as inherited characteristics, experiential background, motivation, reading and test taking skills, attention, persistence, self confidence, and emotional adjustment. All these factors affect both test scores and school achievement. Many of these factors can be modified by educational experiences and therefore both learning ability and school achievement test scores can be improved. Many intelligent tests yield more than overall IQ score, such as verbal and non-verbal scores and language score or a verbal and numerical bracket number ability score. More relevant comparisons and interpretation are possible when IQ tests yield separate scores. Many tests used for prediction make no assumption or subsequent training or are not cognitive measures. Therefore, these tests are not aptitude tests. Aptitude is measured only if the test measures a cognitive skill and is used primarily for prediction, selection, or placement. Can we use both achievement test and aptitude test for predicting success in learning new tasks? Yes, but the types of prediction are not the same. We know achievement tests are content oriented. Do not we predict a student's performance on final examination in science from that student's performance on half yearly examination in science? Yes. Can we predict performance in mathematics, English, or social studies from the performance in science? No, because a predictor of future learning depends largely on the relationship between the content being measured and the learning situation of the content to be predicted. Aptitude tests measure general educational development bracket intellectual skills and abilities being common to a variety of content area are much more effective predictors of future achievement than content oriented achievement tests. This is one of the most important reasons for which aptitude tests are preferred to predict future learning. Other reasons are 1. In a relatively short time bracket, even within 20 minutes aptitude test can be administered, whereas a comprehensive battery of achievement tests requires several hours. 2. With students of more widely varying educational backgrounds, aptitude tests can be used as they measure learning common to most students and do not penalize for specific weakness in past instruction. 3. Before a student has had any training in a particular area, aptitude test can be used to predict success or failure but not by an achievement test prior to some instruction or training. Fourth, culture-oriented aptitude tests, least influenced by school-learned abilities, are used to distinguish low achievers working up to their ability from those with the potential for higher achievement. There are different types of aptitude tests which can be administered in a group or individually or both. All are standardized tests as discussed earlier to measure learning ability. Intelligent tests are used to predictive purpose. Individually administered intelligence tests are called as scholastic or academic aptitude tests are Stanford Binet Intelligence Scale. Wechsler Intelligence Scale for Children bracket capital W, capital I, capital S, capital C, comma, Wechsler's Preschool and Primary Scale of Intelligence bracket capital W, capital P, capital S, capital I, comma, Wechsler's Adult Intelligence Scale bracket capital W, capital A, capital I, capital S. Group administered intelligence tests are cognitive ability test bracket COG capital A capital T. Otis Lennon School Ability Test bracket capital O capital S capital O capital L capital S capital A capital T, comma, Test of cognitive skills bracket capital T capital C capital S, comma, Cattell's Culture Fair Intelligence Test, comma, Raven's Progressive Matrices Test. In India, efforts have been made to prepare tests of intelligence. First intelligence was developed by Dr. C. H. Rice, published in 1929, is named as Hindustan Binet Performance Point Scale. Other tests are Central Institute of Education Verbal Group Test of Intelligence, Verbal Test of Intelligence by Psychological Bureau, UP in Hindi, CM Bhattia's Battery of Performance Test of Intelligence, Pramila Pathak's Draw a Man Scale for Indian Children is non-verbal type. Multi-aptitude batteries. The most often used and best understood multi-aptitude batteries are differential aptitude test bracket capital D, capital A, capital T, and the general aptitude test battery bracket capital G, capital A, capital T, capital B. Specific aptitude tests. Specific aptitude tests are used to predict the probability of artistic, musical, creative, clerical, and mechanical success. There are Minnesota Clerical Aptitude Test. Minnesota Assembly Test is a mechanical assembly test. O'Rourke Mechanical Aptitude Test is best known mechanical information test. Bennett Hand Tool Dexterity Test. Stormberg Dexterity Test. Minnesota Paper Form Board Test, Seesaw Measures of Musical Talent, Wing Standardized Test of Musical Intelligence, Mayer Art Judgment Test, Horn Art Aptitude Inventory, Torrance Test of Creative Thinking, Metropolitan Test, Miller Analysis Test bracket capital M, capital A, capital T, Graduate Record Examination. The last two are professional and vocational tests used to select individuals into specific professions and vocations. At the high school level, aptitude tests are available in different subject areas to predict success in mathematics (algebra, geometry), modern languages, etc. The modern language aptitude test capital M, capital A, capital A, capital T is used to predict success in learning either modern or ancient languages for high school students. The Pinter Cunningham Primary Intelligence Test is used as a readiness test. Uses of aptitude tests. At the outset, it has been discussed that aptitude tests are generally used to predict how well an individual will succeed before he is trained, selected or placed. In addition to this, aptitude tests are used in other different ways. For placement. In elementary school, standardized intelligence tests seem to be best predictors of achievement in most school tasks and hence useful for placement in appropriate learning subgroups. For diagnosis, aptitude tests have great applicability to the diagnosis of student problems. Analyzing the errors student makes on aptitude test can help to determine the best remedial procedures. For example, on readiness test, it is possible to measure the kinds of errors students are likely to make when they are formally taught reading or arithmetic. For feedback, aptitude tests have long been used by teachers and counselors to inform students of their potential in different fields such as medicine, art, advanced academic work, engineering. Through the expectancy table, the teacher can inform the student about his potential, comparing his scores with students in the past and their performance on the criterion measure. By this sort of information, the student will be better able to decide whether or not he should attempt the program and his likelihood of success. For planning future course, results on special aptitude test provide information which is useful to both the student and counselor in planning future vocational and educational programs. Nature of information gathered. It has been discussed earlier that assessment is a much more comprehensive and inclusive term than measurement of testing. The term measurement is limited to quantitative description of students' performance. That is, the result of measurements are always expressed in numbers. Assessment, on the other hand, always includes value judgments concerning the desirability of the results based on both quantitative description (measurement) and qualitative description (non-measurement) of the students within the aim to improve learning. From this it is clear that in this process of assessment both type of information, quantitative as well as qualitative description of students are included. Information from carefully developed tests and other type of assessment procedure can be used to understand learners properly, to improve instruction and to provide an objective and comprehensive report to parents, administrators and counselors. Nature of information gathered is directly related to assessment description. Assessment description is delineation, hopefully concise and teacher-friendly language of the essential nature of a skill or body of knowledge that's eligible to be assessed. In education which aims at all-round development of the child's personality, demands information to be gathered through different assessment. Cognitive assessment means measurement of a student's knowledge and intellectual skills. Affective assessment refers to the information gathered on students' attitudes, interests and values. Psychomotor assessment refers to students' small muscle and large muscle skills. Performance assessment refers to a form of testing in which a student is given a task, typically a demanding one, asked to respond to the task orally, in writing, or by constructing a product. Portfolio assessment is an assessment approach centered on the systematic appraisal of a student's collected work samples. This discussion leads towards a conclusion that all sorts of information cannot be collected using tests only. A test is a task or series of tasks devised to elicit behavior. Some information are obtained without subjecting the individuals to any task. Teachers often keep records of students' behavior as it occurs in the classroom or on the playground. Since no tasks were devised to elicit behavior, there could be no test. The teacher's observation can still be used to describe attributes of the child. Measurement requires the qualification of attributes according to specified rules. A rule is neither a moral imperative nor a prescription to be followed blindly. Indeed, each person can be establish his own rules which others are free to follow or not. This does not mean that all rules are equally good. A rule can be established such as allowing students exactly 15 minutes to complete a task. This rule will have to be followed if the teacher wants to know how her pupils performed in comparison with those who were all given at that time limit. Attitude scales, interest inventories, self-reporting interview, observation using rating scales and checklists are the devices used to collect information about a number of students' affective dispositions. Cognitive test and in most cases psychomotor are measure of students' optimum performance and affective devices strive to measure students' typical performance. Both quantitative and qualitative information are gathered in the process of assessment to serve the purpose for which it is intended. Assessment methods and the type of information gathered are grouped in two basic categories. One quantitative and other one is qualitative. In general, quantitative methods produce number while qualitative methods capture more descriptive data words. The methods one chooses are determined by the purposes of one's assessment and resources one has to design and conduct it. In, in quantitative data collection tests, questionnaires are mostly used, whereas in qualitative techniques, observation, interview, portfolios, focus groups are adopted. Quantitative techniques are best suited to answer what, when, and who questions, but qualitative data requires open ended means to answer how and why questions. In practice, most assessors agree that combining quantitative and qualitative technique sometimes called mixed method assessment produces a richer and more comprehensive understanding of accomplishment and learning. Mode of response. There are a variety of skills that children acquire in schools. Some of these require learners to acquire information by memorizing vocabulary, multiplication tables, dates of historical events, and so on. Other skills involve learning action sequences or procedures to follow when performing mathematical computations, dissection a frog, carrying out experiment, focusing a microscope, handwriting or typing. In addition, students must acquire concepts, rules, and generalizations that allow them to understand what they read, analyze and solve problems, write poems and essays, and design projects to study historical, political, or economic problems. Some of these skills are best assessed through the responses made by students on paper and pencil tests. Paper and pencil test is a verbal test emphasizing reading, writing, or oral expression as the primary form of communication. Depending on the nature of responses demanded, verbal tests can be divided into two: one written verbal test and other is oral verbal test. Verbal examinations are used in most areas of the curriculum. It is suggested not to use the term oral examination, which is very ambiguous one. Writing, moreover, is not the only type of performance outcome we need to assess. Many highly valued learning outcomes emphasizes the actual performance of tasks in real settings. This is obvious in case of art, music, teacher education courses, woodworking or typing. It is also true for mathematics, science, social studies and foreign languages. In each case, performance-based assessments are needed to measure some of the desired learning outcomes. Teachers can use performance tests to assess complex cognitive learning as well as aptitude and social skills (non-cognitive). Knowledge of vocabulary and grammar in a foreign language can be measured with the various forms of paper and pencil tests, speaking skills cannot. Oral performance is required to assess a student's spoken communication skills in a foreign language. Performance-based assessments represent an addition to the previous measurement practices. Paper and pencil tests are the most efficient, reliable and valid instruments available for assessing knowledge, comprehension and some types of application. But when it comes to assessing complex thinking skills, habits of mind, and social skills, performance tests can do a better job if properly constructed. If not, some of the same problems with scoring, efficiency, reliability and validity as traditional approaches to testing can have. In the process of assessment, different means are used. Whatever may be the means, students are asked to respond either orally, writing, or performing the tasks. So the types of responses expected from the students in genuine assessment program can be categorized as written, oral and performance. There are different types of written tests as described below. Types of written tests. Verbal type of test. Description emphasizes reading, writing or speaking. Non-verbal test. Description does not require reading, writing or speaking ability. Objective test. Description refers to the scoring of the test, emphasizes scorer reliability, objective type items. Subjective test. Description refers to the scoring of test, difficulty in agreement between scorer, descriptive or essay test. Teacher made test. Description constructed by the teacher for use in the classroom. Standardized test. Description constructed by experts to know students' position in relation to norm. Power test. Description test allow each student to attend each item with liberal time limit. Speed test. Description test with restricted time limit so that no one can complete all items. Nature of interpretation. Obtaining information about various kinds of people's performance is not an end in itself. The general purpose of gathering such information is to provide basis for evaluation pupil progress. This purpose is achieved only when some decision concerning the extent to which a pupil has profited from his school experience has been made. This extent to which requires some sort of comparison with the purpose of testing, either with the task that can be performed (criterion reference) or standard based or the relative position held in some reference group norm reference. This is to be understood as interpretation. Both types of information are useful. Classroom teachers need to be able to interpret such results so that they can base classroom instructional decisions on those results and also be able to satisfy students' parents' query. What does my child age equivalent score of 9.3 really mean? Test interpretation would be greatly simplified if we would express test scores on scales those used in physical measurement. Unfortunately, the properties of physical measuring scales with which we all are so familiar are generally lacking in educational measurement discussed earlier. A student who receives a score of 0 on a geography test does not mean that he has zero knowledge of geography. There are probably many simple questions that could be answered correctly but were not included in the test. A true 0 point in achievement cannot be clearly established as in case of physical measurement, which clearly indicates precisely that a 0 height means no height. A student who the interpretation of test results is further handicapped by the inequality of units of measurements. 70 items correct on a simply vocabulary test does not have the same meaning as 70 items correct on a more difficult one. Nor does either of the scores represent the same level of achievement as 70 items correct on a test of science, mathematics, or reading skills. There are many different scoring systems, each with its own peculiar characteristics. Hence, there is difficulty in the interpretation and use of test results. It, it is scores such as percentiles, standard scores, and various norms, not only for their own use, but to help parents understand the appropriate interpretation of scores. Two main frameworks are generally used to interpret students' test scores. Test scores are interpreted in absolute or relative terms. When we interpret a student's test score absolutely, we infer from the score what it is that the student can or cannot do. It is dichotomous, one whether has mastered or not mastered. A mastery versus non mastery interpretation represents an absolute interpretation. In relative interpretation, we infer from the test score how the student performed against other students on the same test. Absolute interpretations are known as criterion referenced interpretation, and relative interpretations are known as norm referenced interpretations. Criterion referenced interpretation. Criterion referenced test interpretation permits us to describe an individual's test performance without referring to the performance of others, rather in relationship to the level of performance he is expected to achieve. The percentage correct score is widely used in criterion reference test interpretation. Standards for judging whether a student has mastered each of the instructional objectives or achievement domains measured by a criterion reference test are set in advance. Enough items are to be used for each interpretation so as to make it possible to describe test performance in terms of a student's mastery or non mastery of the tasks. Knowing, for example, Ramsing's mathematics raw score of 43 on mathematics test corresponds to a percentage correct score of 86 because there were 50 items and each correct item counts 1 point, provides a little meaning. Analyzing each student's test responses by item content and summarizing the results with descriptive statements, it is possible to interpret easily. In earlier example, analysis of Ramsing's responses revealed that he solved all addition problems involving no carrying correctly but could not solve a single problem of the 7 problems require carrying correctly. This sort of analysis enables teachers to interpret the Ramsing has mastered addition without carrying but not competent enough to deal with problems involving caring. This type of interpretation is highly essential in case of criterion reference test and can be made easily if a. The list of objectives measured by the test keys with each item, and b. Arranging the item into larger homogeneous content cluster for easy analysis. Criterion reference tests are mostly used to know what extent the student has mastered the objectives and to help the student for improvement. Normally, the level of mastery is not defined as perfect or 100% performance but as 80% or 90% correct performance with reference to the objectives called as criterion. Hence, it is named as criterion referenced interpretations are absolute interpretations. Norm referenced interpretations. Norm reference interpretation tells us how an individual compare with other members who have taken the same test. The simplest type of comparison is to rank the score from the highest to lowest and note where an individual's score falls. If a student test scores is third from the top in a class of 30 students, it is a high score. It may represent 90% of the items correct or 60% correct. To provide a reliable ranking, a sufficient spread of scores is required. Ranking has limited value because the meaning of a given rank depends on the nature of the group and the number of group members. To obtain a more general framework for non-referenced interpretation, raw scores are converted into some type of derived score. Derived score is a numerical report of test performance on a score scale that has well defined characteristics and yields a normative meaning. The most common types of derived scores are grade equivalent, percentile ranks, and standard scores. There are also a number of approaches such as age equivalent or publisher specific extended score scales other than grade equivalents. However, grade equivalents are the most common for educational achievement tests. As non-reference interpretations are relative interpretations, teachers need to be specially knowledgeable about relative score interpretation schemes. Criterion referenced and norm referenced interpretations can be enhanced with an understanding of the differences between two types of tests. Norm reference test bracket capital N capital R capital T NRTS and criterion reference test bracket capital C capital R capital T CRTS. Comparison between NRTS and CRTS is given below. Components. Average number of students who get an item right, NRT 50%, CRT 80%. Compare students' performance to NRT, the performance of other students, CRT, permitted the standard indicative of mastery. Components. Breadth of content sampled, NRT, broad covers many objectives, CRT, narrow covers a few objectives. Comprehensiveness of content sampled, NRT, shallow usually one or two items per objective, CRT, comprehensive usually more items per objective, minimum 3. Components variability, NRT, more variability or spread of scores the better, CRT, variability may be minimal. Components nature of items, NRT, item difficulty ranges from too easy to too hard, CRT, item difficulty of items tends to be equivalent to each other. Components interpretation, NRT, relative compared with norms, CRT, absolute indicative of level of mastery. Components reporting, NRT, uses percentile rank, CRT, mastered 50% or 60% or 90%. Components uses NRT to describe the extent to which one is different, CRT to describe the extent to which one has mastered. The context or the context bracket internal comma external. Different informants may have different perspectives on the subjects of evaluation based on the different contexts in which they interact with the subject. A parent may indicate on a rating scale that a child is hyperactive, whereas the same child's teacher may indicate that same rating scale that the child's activity level with, within normal limits. Is this sort of difference or contextual? A growing body of knowledge demonstrates that, in general, situational variables account for the significant amount of behavioral variance. If important educational decisions are to be made, critically evaluated test results should be combined with results from a variety of other measurement procedures as appropriate, and integrated with relevant background and contextual information. Contextual information, for example, includes reading level, language proficiency, cultural considerations. Behavior is contextual, and so the performance. Sociological and environmental influences on the child that may in part influence the child's classroom behavior. Data on the take data on the extent to which child's home life, culture and out of school support and services contribute to the educative function can provide an important explanation to in school data. The school library may have some reference books but issued only on a part-time basis during the school day. Students may fail to complete their project work successfully, being failed to refer those materials necessary within stipulated time. One may exhibit aggressive behavior at home but sociable in school. Contextual variation affects one's behavior. Assessment is a function of education carried out by the educational institutions and educational organizations to assess learning. As discussed above, then it is understood that learning is influenced by in-school environment and out-of-school environment. In-school environment constitutes infrastructure, staff location, rules and regulation, and nature of students comes under internal context. Out-of-school environment, home, attitudes of family members, financial condition, relationship among family members, facilities available at home, social environment, is considered as external context. Though in the latter stage, external context is influenced by the internal context, that is, home environment by today's child's education tomorrow, but up to secondary stage learning is mostly affected by out of school culture. So, at the time of interpreting test results of school students, teachers must be careful to a greater extent. Knowledge about a student's constraints at home will help teachers to locate the reasons, comparing his performance on scholastic aptitude test and school achievement test. If possible, the student may be accommodated in the school hostel. As teachers, we assist whenever possible for improvement in learning, not only to of but as and for learning. Let us discuss the effort of contextual variables on performance and interpretation of norm referenced test and criterion referenced test. Norm reference test NRTS. The resultant score or rankings on NRT tells us how a student compares to the national sample called norm group of the students in the same grade and of similar age. Such comparisons are appropriate when students' culture, language, economic, family, and other characteristics are comparable to those students in the normative sample or norm group. Let us consider that the class of X from China and Y from London who have taken admission in Standard 6 recently in England on verbal items of scholastic aptitude test whose performance is likely to be higher. Of course, Y's. Does this mean that Y is brighter than X or that Y will necessarily perform better than X over next 3 to 4 years? The probable answer is not necessarily. Why so? It is understood that one's proficiency in language can have effect on test performance. in school facilities also affect students' performance on NRTs. Student of ill-equipped school bracket without having science laboratory, for example, will perform poor on items related to science experiments included in NRTs. So at the time of interpreting NRT scores, one must be very careful. Very careful. School culture also affects performance. Ideally, publishers or standardized tests should be sensitive to nation's growing diversity and include sufficient numbers of pupils representative of those diversification. Separate norm tables, though it is expensive for publishers, are to be prepared for diverse groups. The factors to consider in interpreting NRT scores are many and complex, even for students from the majority culture. It is suggested when students' background is not comparable to a test norm group, additional attention should be given to the effect of the student's cultural and socio-economic context when interpreting NRT scores. Criterion reference tests CRT. CRTs do not compare the performance of a student with other or norm group. Differences between a pupil's background and that of students in a group are irrelevant. Performance on CRT is not affected by language, culture, and socio-economic contextual variability. CRT gives emphasis always on the evidence to determine the extent to which students have mastered the criterion. Generally, CRTs are constructed by teachers and mostly subject specific and class specific. Interpretation of CRT scores is made with reference to criterion, a level of mastery, not in relation to others. A student's failure to reach criterion standards may suggest diagnostic testing to discover reasons for poor achievement and remedial
Chapter
measures.
3, Scope of Educational Assessment. Scope. Teachers teach their students and assess their students. Why? It has been discussed that to make many more decisions related to education, in a nutshell, to collect information about current status and progress of student achievement and the quality of schooling, and to make decisions for students' optimal development. Can we rely on tests only for making decisions? Definitely no. Assessment does not mean testing. Testing is one part of assessment. Assessment encompasses much more than testing. To make important educational decisions, critically evaluated test results should be combined with results from a variety of other measurement procedures. Example, checklist, observations, performance and portfolio assessments, rating scales as appropriate and integrated with relevant background and contextual information. Example, reading level, language proficiency, cultural considerations. To ensure that the educational decisions are appropriate, the main goal of assessment is to obtain valid, reliable, and useful information concerning student achievement in order to improve instruction and learning. No major educational decision should ever be based on test scores alone. Tests do measure specific and limited samples of behavior. Aptitude tests typically measure samples of verbal and quantitative skills useful in predicting school or job success, and achievement tests measure samples of student performance on particular learning tasks useful in assessing educational progress. It is wise to combine test scores with other relevant information when making educational decisions. Better educational decisions would be made without test scores is a fallacy, just like better decisions are made when less information is available. Test scores are certainly fallible, but probably less so than most of the other types of information that enter into educational assessment. Educational decisions are categorized as instructional, grading, diagnostic, selection, placement, counseling and guidance, program or curriculum, and administrative policy.
Every classroom teacher makes decision on first three: instructional, grading, and diagnostic. For this decision, teachers very often use tests constructed by him. These tests are referred as teacher-made tests. The remaining five types of decisions are made by specialists, administrators, or committee composed of teachers, specialists, and administrators. Those decisions are typically based on standardized tests. Although standardized tests are distributed by commercial testing firms and other organizations constructed by experts, teachers need to know how to interpret the results of such tests. Because students are often assessed with standardized tests for effective assessment of student progress and achievement. Educational assessment requires the use of a number of techniques for measuring student achievement. As described in the above paragraph, it is clear that educational decisions involve two types of tests: teacher constructed or teacher made and experts constructed standardized tests. Most individual think of tests are being limited to true false multiple choice or essay questions used to measure knowledge in arithmetic, reading or other subjects. A test is to be understood as a task or series of tasks to obtain systematic observations presumed to be representative of educational or psychological traits or attributes. This does not imply that tests can only measure cognitive or intellectual attributes or that the examinee is necessarily aware that he is being tested. Test involves tasks, and these tasks be arranged so as to yield systematic observation of a trait. Tests require examiners to respond to items or questions from which the examiner infers something about the attribute being measured. A test may include many kinds of tasks that can be devised to observe how a student might behave in a situation that appears contrary to him. The purpose might be to observe frustration, anger, or the ability to solve problems without help. Standardized tests, though intended for widespread use, are developed employing the fundamentals of test development procedures. There are standardized tests of intelligence, special aptitudes, interest, attitudes, personality, and achievement. Results on this test help teachers to understand the student properly. Assessment is a general term that includes the full range of procedures used to gain information about student learning. To make important educational decisions, critically evaluated test results are to be combined and integrated with results from a variety of measurement procedures bracket, paper and pen paper and pencil test, performance test, portfolio assessments, observations, checklist, rating scales, attitude scales, interest inventories, personality test, standardized achievements test, and relevant background and the contextual information bracket, culture, reading level, language proficiency, socio-economic condition. There are a variety of assessment devices as mentioned in the parenthesis. The process of assessment provides opportunity to use the broad range of devices. Decisions regarding the use of devices or measurement procedures are made by teachers mainly. Most of the devices can be constructed by teachers, expert standardized tests. The assessment devices may be categorized into two: teacher made and standardized devices, and hence the scope of educational assessment. Is assessment the primary function of school? If not, why then must one learn about educational assessment? In answering this question, we have to discuss the existence of schools. Schools exist in order to accomplish certain aims or purpose, and that this purpose can be expressed in terms of desired changes in pupil behavior. Instructional programs in the schools are formulated in order to accomplish these objectives. The objectives are not likely to be accomplished successfully unless provision is made for continuous assessment of the educational program. It is necessary to inform concerning the progress and development of individual pupil to personnel involved in the process of education. To make decisions for students, improvement in the learning information about pupils' characteristics in three areas: cognitive, affective, and psychomotor are necessary. Procedures adopted in the process of assessment are decided by both the teachers and state level or national level administrators for genuine results, but to a varying degree. Different aspects such as process, product, and context are taken into account. Type of tests which are used in this process can be broadly categorized as criterion referenced (CR) and norm referenced (NR) tests. Teacher made tests are CR type and standardized tests are NR type. As education is related with the life all round development of the child's personality, so all scope of educational attribute measured. Testing or measurement procedures can be useful not only in evaluating a total program of instruction but also in providing information concerning the progress and development of the individual people in all dimensions. For optimal development of the individual people, it is necessary to understand the people and thereby requires three kinds of information of people characteristics: achievement cognitive skills and knowledge, affective or non-cognitive behavior interest, attitudes and personality, and aptitudes general and specific potential. On the basis of such information, judgments can be made concerning the effectiveness of instructional program and the extent to which the student has reached the expected level of attainment. For further improvement, necessary steps can be taken up thereby. Achievement: to gather information about a child in the area of cognitive skills and knowledge, achievement tests are usually used. Teachers' classroom observation also contributes to some extent in this regard. Achievement tests are usually given after students have received instruction and involves the determination of what the pupil has learned. Achievement does not confine to acquisition of knowledge only, as Bloom has developed the taxonomy in cognitive domain comprising of knowledge, comprehension, application analysis, synthesis and evaluation arranged hierar- hierarchically. Different types of tests and different types of items are used as per the purpose of assessment. It has been mentioned earlier that teacher-made tests are used in formative assessment. Poor performance of the students on this test may demand to construct a diagnostic test to locate the difficulties and to provide remedial measures. Teacher made tests are generally of paper and pencil test. These tests have certain limitations. Performing experiment in the laboratory, performance on musical instrument, etc. cannot be assessed through paper and pencil test. Similarly, for speaking skill, oral performance is required. Performance tests are used. Academic achievement tests measure knowledge obtained from formal learning situations. It is one of the tools. Each tool has certain limitations. All instructional objectives or learned outcomes cannot be measured by a single tool. Depending on the purpose of testing, more specifically intended objective, different means are to be adopted. To assess overall achievement in one or more object area or skills at various points during the child's school experience, it will be necessary to compare performance between people and between groups. This sort of assessment requires standardized tests. Knowledge about learner achievement, that is, what the pupil has learned, is not an end, rather ought to have a supporting role for improving learners' achievement. So for assessment of achievement, different tests teacher made and standardized tests are used. Portfolio, checklist, rating scales are also employed in this assessment. Affective or non-cognitive behavior. To counsel or help a youngster in the classroom requires an understanding of his affective or non-cognitive behaviors such as interest, attitudes and personality, as well as his cognitive skill and knowledge aspect. The learning of almost any intellectual task carries with it elements of interest and attitude, which may either facilitate or hinder cognitive learning. Whatever teaching methods one uses will affect both subject matter acquisition and student interest and attitudes. Affect can also be promoted instructionally. Affective variables such as students' attitude towards learning play a major role in how much learning those students subsequently pursue. The values students have re- students have regarding truthfulness and integrity shape their daily conduct, and students' self-esteem, of course, influence almost everything they do. A teacher may observe a student is depressed, but does he gather he or she gather evidence systematically? Most teachers do not. Students not being intellectually gifted still succeed because they were highly motivated and hardworking. Affect is very bit as important as cognitive ability. Children who have positive attitude towards school, teachers and peers do not like to remain absent and ultimately helps in achievement. Effectively focused instruction deals with the kinds of outcomes that are some of the most important we teach. Knowledge about pre-test, post-test assessment of students' interest in a subject will influence teacher to provide instruction which will be more interesting, and ultimately students will become more positive about subjects and the teacher. The meaning of interest and attitude. An interest is the preference for one activity over another. This definition emphasizes 2 points. First, interest involves the selection of ranking of activities along a like dislike dimension. Students may prefer working arithmetic problems to listening songs. For example, for example, second, interest involve activities or behaviors engaged in by individuals. Interests are expressed in action verbs such as planting flowers, playing football. Attitude, attitudes are attitudes are predispositions to behave in a certain way, whereas interest involves preferences but not necessarily any commitment to behave in accordance with those preferences. One may have an interest in decorating flowers and a positive attitude towards flowers. Objective. In general, some persons may have an interest in singing but have a negative attitude towards violin. Object. A positive attitude toward an institution may predispose parents to take steps to admit their children in that institution, whereas preference for or interest in playing cricket would not necessarily require active participation. Attitude is a generalized response to a particular group, institution, concept, or object along a favorable, unfavorable dimension, regardless of the method used to measure interest. The components indicative of preferences for activities along a like dislike dimensions, and if possible to what extent, and for attitude preferences for groups, institution or object are suggested, so that A distinction can be made between interest and attitudes. Information about students' interest can be gathered from simple self-report devices prepared by the teacher and published interest inventories. From the discussion so far, it is clear that out of these two variables, attitude and interest, attitude involve commitment to behave in a certain way. Knowledge about students' attitude will help teachers to modify undesirable attitude into desirable one so that improvement in learning can be made. Let's learn more about attitude. Attitude. An attitude can be defined as a preference along a dimension of favorableness to unfavorableness to a particular group, institution, concept, or object. A person with a favorable attitude towards science, for example, is likely to rate scientist bracket group, science gallery bracket institution, comma, ideas bracket concept. Attitudes ways that people think and feel and are predisposed to act in the presence of various stimuli. Attitude described how people typically think and feel about or react to other people, comma, places, comma, things or ideas. When attitude is inactive, called a disposition. When attitude consists of strong feeling is called a sentiment. Attitudes are learned behavior just as most of our behavior is learned. Attitudes are, in fact, part of individuals' acquired personality characteristics and are affected by the attitudes and behavior of the group or individual with which he associates. Attitudes can exert a potent influence upon an individual. They act as causes as well as results of behavior, and as attitudes affect students' future behavior, it is necessary to promote desirable attitudes. Students who have positive attitudes towards learning today will be inclined to pursue learning in the future. Knowledge about learners' attitude will enable teachers to promote desirable attitudes. The measurement of attitudes presumes the ability to differentiate individuals along continua that vary in direction bracket favor or disfavor, comma, intensity or strength brackets slightly or strongly, comma, pervasiveness or range brackets strongly dislike one or two aspects or dislike almost everything, comma, consistency bracket perfectly consistent of mixed. The degree of a person's attitude may vary from extremely positive through a gradation to extremely negative. Obviously, it is possible to construct tests of innumerable attitudes. Most widely used attitude scales are based on techniques adopted by Ren- Rensis Lickett and Lois Thurston. Some other scales like 2-point scales, bipolar adjective scales, self-report inventories are also used to assess attitudes. A Likert scale employs 5 choices expressing strongly agree bracket essay agree bracket A, undecided bracket U, disagree bracket D, and strongly disagree bracket SD for each item or statement. Arbitrary scoring weights of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are assigned for the respective responses. An individual's score on a particular attitude scale is the sum of his rating on all items. This is Likkert's attitude scoring technique. Thurston's technique is known as the method of equal appearing intervals. In taking this type of scale, the respondent takes those statements with which he agrees. Scales values of items are determined by the judges prior to the inclusion in the final scale. Teacher-made approaches to the direct assessment of student behavior can also be used to make inferences about student attitudes. These are observations structured and unstructured, and sociograms. A sociogram is a type of sociometric measure that enables teacher to obtain information on interaction pattern in groups. From instructional point of view, teachers should focus on five reasonable attitudinal targets. 1. Positive attitude towards learning. Students who regard the act of learning positively tend to be learners tomorrow. 2. Positive attitudes towards self. Self esteem plays an important role in everybody's life. Children's self esteem, although influenced more by parents, the classroom events can have a significant impact on their self esteem. 3. Positive attitude towards self as a learner. Self confidence in one's capacity has positive impact. Students who believe they are capable of learning will tend to learn. 4. Appropriate attitude towards others. Classroom is considered as a miniature society. There are different types of pupils. Positive attitude towards other students will enable learners to adjust today and cooperate in future. 5. Subject specific attitudes. Depending on subjects taught by teachers, care must be taken to develop positive attitudes towards the subjects. Use of attitude skills. 1. Selection and placement. Attitude skills as formal evaluation techniques are more useful for placement than for selection. 2. Remediation. Attitude skills can be important in diag- diagnosing the reason for student failure. The student who believes that formal system of education is not meaningful, alternative programs might be recommended for and made available to him. 3. Program improvement. Attitude skills are often used to help evaluate the effectiveness of programs, courses of study, or curriculum innovations. Social studies teachers teaching the procedure for election of president in a country might want to evaluate the student attitude towards this. Remember, interest and attitudes are learned responses. Whatever teaching methods one uses will affect both subject matter acquisition and student interest. Fourth, and attitudes. Grade is awarded as recorded. Anecdotal records may be prepared for only significant activity which is worth reporting. If the tools peer appraisal or self appraisal will be used in brief description in the form of profile may be given in the report card. Reducing observational error. Observational error can be reduced by 1. Specifying the what behaviors are to be observed. 2. Deciding what method will be used to record those behavior, that is simple devices like tools of evaluation, that is checklist, rating scale, etc., or electronic instruments like tape recorders, cameras, video shooting, etc. 3. Preparing unambiguous recording form which should contain a. Name of the pupil, class and roll number. B. The date and time of observation. C. The name of the teacher or observer. D. The place of observation, that is classroom or library or laboratory or playground, etc. E. A title for observation record to distinguish one from another. Social personal qualities. In short, it is termed as SPQ. The qualities emphasized under this are cleanliness, discipline, cooperation, regularity or punctuality, protecting environment, respect for elders, truthfulness, patriotism and responsibility. Last two are not to be included for class 1 and class 2. In social personal qualities, students will be rated regularly on the basis of identified behavior indicators. Assigning work to a specific group will help to maintain record properly. During observation, the number of days the child is absent is also taken into account. The quality to be assessed may be observed in different situations for a specified period. Decided by the teachers, the final grade may be computed by adding the percentage of presence of behavior indicator during specified period. The value in percent for individual child can be computed as follows: 1. The number of days observed, that is equal to A. 2. The number of days the child remained absent during observation days is equal to B. 3. The total number of observation for child, that is equal to A minus B is equal to C. 4. The number of crosses for the child against the social personal quality, that is equal to D. 5. The number of presence of indicators of SPQ for the child, that is C minus D is equal to C minus D is equal to E. 6. The percent of presence of SPQ in the child, that is equal to E by C into 100. Maintenance of records. Maintenance of records. One of the main purposes of evaluation at the school stage is to help the pupils to improve their achievement in scholastic subjects and to develop the right habits and attitudes with reference to objectives of school education. How can we help them to improve unless we know the direction of progress? Continuous evaluation enables us to know the present status of pupils' performance and comparison of his or her performance from the time to time will enable to know whether the child is improving or not. This sort of comparison is possible only when the records are mentioned properly on different aspects of pupils' performance from time to time. Records can be maintained in two ways, either for each student or for the entire class inclusively. That is, combining the scholastic and co-scholastic areas are separately as per the convenience of the teacher. Record sheets in different areas can be prepared by teachers themselves. To give idea about different types of recording, the gathered information specimen record sheets have been developed different educationalists in different ways. Some of these performances are given here. Maintenance of those record sheets will enable the teachers to prepare com- cumulative records for students described in this chapter and to calculate cumulative grade point average, that is CGPA, at the end of the session easily. Dissemination and reporting test results. Education is a cooperative endeavor involving teachers, parents, students, and administrators as well as experts in curricula, psychology, social work, and counseling. If the numbers of these groups lack valid information, decision making will be ineffective. Schools have an obligation to inform parents and other personnel about student progress. The teachers themselves also need such information so that they can take appropriate steps to adapt the teacher process to needs of the students. The pupils need such information too so that they can appropriately set their own immediate goals and will be motivated to set new goals as the instructional sequence proceeds. Administrators, counselors, and parents also need relevant information concerning the pupil progress in order to plan effectively for improvement of the learning environment of the pupil population and individuals within the population of whom they may have special responsibilities. Mainly, there are two types of data. One is group data and individual data. Different methods of reporting are employed for these two types of data. Methods of reporting group data: tables. In columns and rows, tables present data may consist of frequencies, percentage, proportions, or other relevant data such as mean, standard deviations, or correlation coefficients. A little above the table describes the main information. Graphs. To convey statistical information, drawing or figure called is graph is used. Graphs greatly simplify communication because figures have easily visualized shapes. There are different types of graphs such as line graph, histogram, bar graph, pie chart, and pictograph. All graphs, with the exception of pie charts or pie graphs, are plotted on a horizontal axis called x-axis or abscissa and a vertical axis called y-axis or ordinate. Independent variables are plotted on the x-axis and dependent variables are plotted on y-axis. In a pictograph, a series of simple pictures are used as symbols which can be easily identified. Methods used to report pupil progress, that is individual data. Various methods have been devised to report pupils' progress. There are conferences, written communication rating scales, checklists, etc. Conferences and written communication are prepared by many schools. Conferences. The parent teacher conference is used to great advantage when a two-way flow of information results. Teachers can learn much about a child and how to best help him if he if they know his family and their expectations, values and interests and problems. In turn, the parent wants to know how well the child is doing in school. As conference permits face-to-face interaction, it is especially useful in helping to clarify and resolve the misunderstanding, especially when teachers meet with the individual parents before serious difficulties arise. Parent teacher conferences require thorough planning. Thorough planning. Prior to conference, it is desirable on the part of the teacher to summarize data going through pupils' permanent record for convenience and to save time, although many schools allow teachers to use the permanent records during conferences. Schools may develop parent teacher conference report forms which are to be completed prior to meeting with parents. If some extra information about the child not available in school records will be required in the teachers may be developed a list of those information before the conference and can be filled in during conference asking parents or guardians present. To have maximum benefit of these conferences, following suggestions are to be kept in mind. 1. To welcome the parent and provide a comfortable seat. 2. Before presenting information, ask the parent what information she or he has already received from other teachers, counselors, or administrators, which will not put you in uncomfortable position due to contradiction. 3. Determine what kind of information parents want prior to presenting information. 4. Motivate parents to speak openly, avoiding questions that can be answered by simply yes or no. 5. Try to determine the parent's reaction to the child's progress. 6. If the information will not satisfy a parent due to inadequacy or contradictory, the teacher should admit the weakness. 7. Provide sufficient time to resolve as many of the parents' questions as possible. 8. Before terminating the conference, ask the parents to give their opinions on the conference and suggestions for improvement in future. 9. Immediately following the conference, non-confidential information provided by the parent that may be valued for future reference, if any, must be recorded in the permanent record. Though these conferences are time consuming but valuable as they can promote greater understanding between parent and teacher. But many parents cannot attend these sessions due to some other reasons. Written communication might be needed for them. Written communications. Written communications can be made into two ways. One is through letters and another is through report card. Letters. Most of the school sends progress report to letters to parents. The parents can read these at their leisure, discuss the contents with each other, with the child, and respond in writing. But written communication have a number of problems such as 1. It may not be easy on the part of the parents to interpret properly. 2. Any mistake, maybe grammatical or spelling error, will create bad impression. 3. Words such as some progress will not provide a clear meaning. 4. They are extremely time consuming to write the detail if other means of communication, such as conference, have not been planned for. The following suggestions will be helpful. 1. Write specially, that is point to point. 2. Use simple languages, avoid technical terms. 3. Indicate specific and strength and weakness. 4. Inform parents about steps taken or to be taken to help the child. 5. Encourage parents to communicate directly with the teachers, either by telephone or in the school. 6. Teachers may be allowed to send letters to parents various times instead of at the same time to all. Provision of substitute teachers will help in writing letters properly. Report card. The simplest way to provide information to the parents about the children's progress is sending them report cards. A report card is printed forma filled by the teacher by using either letter grades or marks. It is also easy for parents to understand. For proper interpretation of child's progress, the report card should be prepared very carefully. The following suggestions will be helpful. In a comprehensive way, it is to be prepared so that it will reflect the performance both in scholastic and co-scholastic areas term-wise. 2. If letter grades are used at the end of the report card, it is meaning with reference to percentage of marks must be provided for ease of interpretation, like scholastic area, that is A for 75% and above, B for 60% and less than 75%, C for 45% and less than 60%, D for 30% and less than 45%, D for 30% and less than 45%, and E for below 30%. For co-scholastic area, only 3 grades are used mentioned earlier. 3. Value mean value of group on each subject and each term will enable the parents to know whether the child's progress is satisfactory or not with reference to group performance. 4. Remarks column should be filled out by teacher properly so that it will help parents to take necessary steps at their ends. Conclusion. Whatever may be the method used for pupils' progress, it should fulfill 4 criteria, such as objective or agreement among individuals on the meaning of terms used. 2. Reporting to parents should occur from time to time to allow parents an opportunity to help their children. 3. Student reporting system should be reliable. Reliability can be increased by using specific terms using consistent meaning. 4. Reporting system should be valid. They should not be influenced by extraneous or irrelevant characteristics of the student's Scheme of behavior. Continuous and comprehensive evaluation. The purpose of curriculum is to provide a variety of experiences for the cognitive, affective and psychomotor development of the child. CCE aims as the goal assessment of achievement, abilities, attitudes, aptitudes, habits, skills and social personal qualities of the child in order to ensure his or her optimal growth and development. That is why CCE is curriculum oriented, not syllabus oriented. Kothari Commission has laid special emphasis on maintenance of continuous note of all aspects of child development. Evaluation as a goal progress requires to measure and assess all changes in growth and development of the child in the school. Proper preparation of scheme of evaluation for each class at the beginning of the academic year by teachers of the school, keeping in the view scholastic and co-scholastic areas to be covered with the help them for proper implementation of CCE. In the next context, National Curriculum Framework 2005, that is NCF 2005, has suggested that each school should evolve a flexible and implementable scheme of continuous and comprehensive evaluation, that is CCE, primarily for diagnosis, remediation and enhancing of learning. The schemes should take into account the social environment and the facilities available in the school. Requirements to prepare a scheme of evaluation. A scheme of evaluation is prepared by taking into consideration the availability of number of working days, number of teaching days, number of periods for the subject in an academic year, number of periods required to cover course, and the number of periods available in co-scholastic area. For this, following materials are required: 1. Calendar, 2. Holiday list, 3. Timetable, 4. Textbook, 5. List of activities selected to be carried out in co-scholastic area, 6. Scheme of lessons. A scheme of lessons can be prepared class-wise or subject-wise or school as a whole. As evaluation is cooperative activity, the decision is to be taken by all the teachers as a prior to the beginning of the session. 1. Calculation of teaching days. The academic year commences in April and ends in March. Depending upon the number of holidays and Sundays, we find different number of working days in each month. With the help of calendar and the holiday list of school, the total number of teaching days are calculated for an academic year as follows. 1. Total number of days in a year, that is D is equal to 365 or 360 days, 66 days. B. The total number of holidays, that is equal to H. D. The total number of days for celebration, games and sports, annual function, examination, bracket, half yearly and annual is equal to C. So the total number of working days, that is W is equal to D minus bracket H plus S. So the total number of non-teaching days N is equal to H plus S plus C, and total number of teaching days, that is T is equal to D minus N, or T is equal to W minus C. 2. Calculation of total teaching bracket scholastic periods available. If suggested, total teaching periods should be calculated subject-wise. For this, counting number of periods allotted in the timetable working days for a subject is to be multiplied with T by 6, which will give an approximate estimation of number of periods available in an academic year. 3. Calculation of number of required periods to teach a subject. For this, it is necessary to analyze the content chapter-wise and unit-wise given in the textbook. Content analysis will enable the teachers to decide how many periods will be required to complete each unit or chapter, and then summing of the total number of periods required to teach subject as a whole to be obtained. This also helps to ascertain weightages to given to different courses, units, and hence in testing. Scheme of lessons can also be referred for this purpose, as each teacher is required to prepare in advance. 4. Calculation of number of periods available for testing other than half yearly and annual examination in a subject. Generally, it is observed that the number of periods available for a subject is greater than the number of periods required to complete the course, as the timetable is prepared taking into consideration the number and importance of the subject. So to find out the number of periods available for testing in a subject, subtract the number obtained in SI number 3 from the number of obtained in SI number 2 above. For example, if number of periods available in academic year is calculated as serial number 2 to 10 for mathematics in class 6, and number of periods required calculated in serial 3, say 185, the number of periods can be utilized for testing in mathematics is 210 minus 185 is equal to 25 periods. Calculation of periods available in co-scholastic area, psychomotor aspects. For this, it is necessary to calculate number of periods allocated in timetable work or drill or yoga or drawing or dance or music or SUPW, etc. separately. Multiply this number with T by 6, and T by 6 gives approximate number of weeks available in academic year. In this case, it is not necessary to sum of different types of activities require different skills. Explanatory example. For incorporation of these calculated values in scheme of evaluation, taken example of class 6 in scholastic area. Generally, it is observed that half-yearly examination is conducted in the month of December and annual examination in the month of March. The month is included in the holiday list bracket, the summer vacation, and April is the beginning of the session. At the beginning of the session, in the first and second week, on one weekly test or oral test, in the third or fourth week, one quarter test, that is written test, will help to motivate students to learn. Homework may be assigned to keep up learning during summer vacation. For units covered just before half-yearly and annual examination, we may not have unit test in the month of November and February, which will be tested through the said examination. In the remaining months, 6 monthly or unit test may be conducted. For each monthly unit test, first period may be utilized, making timetable flexible. This sort of decision should be made at the beginning of the session by all teachers of the school. Suggestions: just after the completion of admission process, the baseline assessment in which subjects studied in the previous class should be conducted to know the academic standard of the students. It will help to identify students of below standard and special class may be provided. 2. For a periodic test in a subject, use of one subject notebook by each student is highly preferred. It will help students and parents to check performance from time to time, and the teachers in assigning cumulative grade point average, that is CGPA. These notebooks are to be kept in the schools, and the subject teacher will be custodian. Depending upon the availability of funds, question come answer test sheets may be provided during the each period test, so that in the form of spiral binding or stapling records of session can be stored. 3. For different types of periodic test, different varieties of questions are to be included, such as objective type, short answer type, then descriptive type. Each objective type should carry 1 mark and SAT 3 marks, and descriptive type 8 marks, and short question answer type 3 marks. For weekly or quarterly test, objective type questions should be preferred. Items are to be arranged in order to difficulties simply to complex. Up to class 8, frequently weekly tests should be prepared, which will motivate students to improve and also teachers to identify difficulties, if any, with the students before going to next concept through the analysis of results. Remedial measures can be taken immediately. In the month or unit test, different varieties of questions as mentioned above are to be included depending upon the nature of unit and class of for which it is intended. Up to primary level 2 objective types and short answer type, and the secondary level 3 varieties are to be included. At the time of evaluation for each short answer type and descriptive type, item contains suggestions to be given for improvement. The allocation of each periodic examination should be appropriate, so that due to insufficient time, no student will be deprived of attempting all questions. Specialty for monthly or unit test, first period should be preferred. At the secondary level, there are 8 subjects and 6 days in a week. SCP and SCL, that is SSC and SSH, may be conducted in first and second period. For weekly or quarterly test, the normal period will be alright. The weightages to be given to different subjects: for primary level, knowledge to be given 50%, understanding to be given 30%, and application and skill to be given 20%. In secondary level, knowledge should be given 30%, understanding should be given 40%, application should be given 20 to 30%, and skill should be given 10%. In co-scholastic area, A. Psychomotor area. For this, the number of periods available in a week and the number of students reading in this class are taken into consideration. Affective area, social personal qualities, that is SPQ, attitudes, interests, values, and special aptitude of child come under this category. For SPQ, students should be rated regularly, but for smooth maintenance of record every day, 5 students roll number that is 1 to 5 or 6 to 10 likewise may be observed as per the behavior indicator of supply work, prayer meeting in the normal classroom, playground on the special occasions like Ganesh Puja, Saraswati Puja, national days, etc. Identification of behavior indicators is very much important. This should be done by the teachers at the beginning of the session. For cleanliness behavior indicators may be clean dress on one wears, how cleanly one does the supply work assigned, class clean maintenance of one's books and notebooks, etc. Similarly, for cooperativeness, discipline behavior indicators are to be decided so that record can be maintained by the teachers easily. If does not that other students who will not the number of a group fixed, they are not to be rated more than the better. Daily observation will help to identify students who are sincere, punctual, cooperative, delinquent, quarrelsome, careless, dirty, and star of the class. During special occasions, when all the students will be involved, on the basis of the observation will be easier to identify the star of the school. Peer appraisal as a tool can also be used for the purpose to make students aware. Maintenance of school record is very essential. On the basis of observations, suggestions to be given time to time to give undesirable behavior. If not important, it it is observed teacher may take personal interest to find out reasons. Parents may be informed and necessary care, if possible, may be provided in the school level. Teachers' positive attitude is the key. Once the scheme of evaluation and different types of periodic tests are prepared for years together, implementation of CCE will not be a problem unless the course is redesigned. Conclusion: decision regarding the frequency and types of periodic tests are to be implemented is the decision of the authority and the teachers of a school. The school board, teachers association may help this regard. To improve communication skills of students, the Central Board of Secondary Education, that is CBSE, has decided to introduce formal testing of speaking and listening skills in the form of formative assessment, that is FAS in English, and both secondary and senior secondary levels from the academic section 2012 to 13. This sort of formal testing in English communication skills will become a part of continuous and comprehensive evaluation, that is CCE, and students will get credits for these skills. These credits will be included in their final grades. CCE will help in early diagnosis of differently able children and will save agony at the end, that is zero failure across 10 years of schooling, motto of CCE. At present, the word evaluation has been replaced by the word assessment, as it has been discussed in chapter 1 that assessment does not believe merely in value judgment, that is evaluation, rather to promote learning. Hence, it is to be understood as continuous and comprehensive assessment, that is CCA, instead of continuous and comprehensive evaluation, that is CCE, throughout, and hence the title. Right to education, that is RTE, is an international protocol with 4 A's, that is availability, accessibility, acceptability, and adaptability, to ensure the fifth, that is A, for accomplishment of desired knowledge and skills. Let us provide quality education to all our future continuous citizens. And comprehensive assessment. Introduction. As education is goal directed aims at all round development of the personality of the child, and a continuous process from home to tomb. Evaluation there is there since the inception of the word education, without which it is not possible to know the direction and the degree of attainment of the goal. The word personality, which is defined as the sum total of a person's qualities and traits that makes them a unique individual, is a comprehensive term. Knowledge about proper development of all those qualities and and traits from time to time ensures the effectiveness of the process of education. Thus, it necessitates the process of educational evaluation to be comprehensively continuous. Continuous comprehensive evaluation CCE is neither a new concept nor a new idea. Rather, these two adjectives, continuous and comprehensive, are the qualifiers latent in the true meaning of educational evaluation, were neglected due to the shift of attention towards quantitative expansion of education, which did not ensure the quality of education. This led educational experts to analyze the situation, and it was revealed that evaluation is the missing link of educational process. This situation got further aggravated by the word interpretation and implementation of non-detention policy at primary level. Consequently, it was made mandatory in National Policy on Education 1986 (NPE 1896) to introduce CCE in the schools at an important step of examination reform with a view to qualitative improvement in education system. This led CCE to draw special attention in the process of education that suggests continuous check of the total growth and development of the pupils. Concept of CCE. There are key terms: continuous, comprehensive, and evaluation in the concept of CCE, which are explained below. Evaluation in education. Education is goal directed and developmental. Every educational program aims at all-round development of the personality of the child. Educational outcomes are judged in terms of goal attainment through the process of evaluation that deals with the collection of evidences regarding the changes which occur in the pupil's behavior during collection of evidences during instruction. On the basis of these evidences, interpretations and judgments regarding the process of the child are made and decisions are taken. Thus, evaluation involves four main sub-processes, that is, gathering information, interpretation of information, making judgments, and making decisions. Evaluation is used for interpretation of attainment at three levels. First, with reference to the student himself or herself, that is, what is his or her current status of progress as compared to his or her previous one? What are his or her hard sports and learning gaps, where he needs help to improve? The second level is reference to his or her peer group, that is, where does he stand in the class? What is his or her performance in comparison to other students in his or her class? The third level, with reference to the criteria. The criteria means the expected level of learning, keeping in the view that required competencies. In this level of evaluation, it is ascertained whether the student has achieved the level or not. These sorts of interpretation enable the evaluators to make right judgments about the learners and program of education. Accordingly, decisions are made to bring about qualitative improvement in education. In this way, evaluation is considered as an integral part of the teaching process and hence of education. Continuous evaluation. Education is goal directed and educational outcomes are judged in terms of goal attainment. The goal of education, all round development of the personality of the child, is broader, which cannot be realized at all of a sudden. To attain this broader goal through process of instruction, instructional objectives are formulated under three domains: cognitive, affective, and psychomotor, which implies the process of education as a step by step educational process. One of the main purposes of evaluation at the school stage is to help pupils for attainment of objectives. How can we help them without knowing where are they, how are they progressing, and what are their interests and attitudes, what kind of difficulties they are facing in achieving educational objectives? To answer all those questions, continuous evaluation of instructional objectives is a mandatory which enables to know the present level of attainment and direction of progress. At school stage, child is informative stage of learning. Hence, NPE 1996 has been emphasized at the school level. The evaluation should be formative and developmental in nature. As described earlier, educational evaluation is an integral part of the instructional program. It provides information which serves as a basis for variety of educational decisions to be made, and the most important among those is people's improvement in learning throughout the process of instruction, that it necessitates the evaluation procedure to be continuous. Continuous evaluation means that the evaluation is conducted more frequently, spread throughout the total span of instructional time. It is a process of continuous attempts to assess desirable change taking place in student along the lines of educational objectives. Evaluation is done while teaching so that corrective measures can be taken in time. It also helps the teachers to evaluate his teaching strategies through the child's progress in relation to the instructional objectives. If necessary, in order to improve the child's learning, the teacher may change his strategies. Comprehensive evaluation. Comprehensive evaluation refers to the evaluation of the total growth and development of the pupil's personality as defined earlier. Personality is the sum total of a person's qualities and traits that makes them unique individual. It is a comprehensive term. It includes one's intellectual, physical, personal, social, emotional, spiritual aspects as well as interests, attitudes, values, skills, etc. For attainment of all-round development of the personality, pupils are to be evaluated in all those aspects which are described under two broad areas: scholastic and non-scholastic, co-scholastic. The desirable behavior related to students' knowledge and understanding in subjects and his ability to apply in an unfamiliar situation as described as objectives in the scholastic or cognitive domain. The desirable behavior related to students' attitudes, interests, personal social qualities, and physical abilities are described as objectives in co-scholastic area under affective and psychomotor domains. To make educational meaningful, that is, successful of attainment of goal all-round development of the personality of the child, a comprehensive knowledge about the child's current status and the direction of his progress is essential, and this can be achieved through evaluation. Realizing the importance of such evaluation in National Policy on Education (NPE) Document 1986 and as modified in 1992 is mentioned that the scheme of evaluation should cover all learning experience of scholastic subjects and co-scholastic domains. Both scholastic and co-scholastic areas are interrelated with each other. Each one is affected by and also affects others. For example, one's interest in debate forces him or her to be proficient in language, and ultimately one's achievement in language improves. This sort of relationship emphasizes both scholastic and co-scholastic should be given equal importance, and thereby process of evaluation to be comprehensive one. It is observed that the scholastic elements of a subject are assessed and co-scholastic elements are not given adequate attention. It is suggested simple and manageable means of assessment of co-scholastic aspects of growth must be included in the scheme of comprehensive evaluation. School-based evaluation. In India context, school-based evaluation is comparatively a new concept which has been practiced in Western countries since 70s. This concept was introduced in the Progressive School of Britain, aiming at improving the standards of children to increase the quality of learning with the emphasis on the autonomy of schools. Later involvement of USA and Australia led other countries to join their fold. In India, the concept was accepted in the name of CCE bracket continuous and comprehensive evaluation as a major recommendation under examination reform in NPE 1986 and later on in Program of Action POA in 1992. Thus, evaluation based on CCE has been accepted as school-based evaluation wherein the teachers are given the right to evaluate their pupils on the premises that a teacher can be better judge of children's performance than an outsider. Full faith is reposed in capability and competency of the teacher. So, the school-based evaluation is the form of internal evaluation held at school level contrary to examination conducted by the boards of school education. It includes readiness testing, screening of development, evaluation of performance in cognitive area, assessment of growth and development both in affective and psychomotor domains are more frequently, systematically and effectively. Nature. The characteristic feature of school-based evaluation and child-centered, school-centered, multidimensional and indigenous in nature. The child-centered as it attempts to consider a pupil's unique entity for us individual pattern of development. It gives more emphasis on individual child's abilities, progress and development in achieving already set objectives of education as an individual and not in relation to other of classes he or she belongs. The evaluation provides opportunity to teachers to understand the pupil and with a motive to help pupil to use his or her potential in a better manner, the teachers can discover innovative methods which will be helpful to individual pupil in resolving his or her problems and difficulties. School-based evaluation is school-centered as well. It means that no outside agency interferes in the process of evaluation. It is entirely done by the teacher. The teacher is trusted and given full responsibility of evaluation pupils as it is understood by that all the teachers has maximum opportunity to know and he or she knows the best about his or her pupils. This evaluation is multidimensional in nature in the sense it recognizes and takes care of people's physical, social, emotional, intellectual, moral, and other areas of development that are interrelated and cannot be considered in isolation. It also calls for the use of multiple tools and techniques of evaluation. It is indigenous in nature for each school. A well-designed scheme is needed to make this kind of evaluation more systematic, keeping in the view the existing facilities and requirements of the school. In preparing the scheme and its proper implementation, the principal, the teachers and other functionaries will be the party as the school is its native place. Optimum facilities for development of the children under the supervision of teachers and parents are provided at the scheme is child-centered, school-centered and multidimensional. Corrective measures may also be used by the teachers and parents for modifying the undesirable behavior
Objectives
of
of CCE.
patterns. 1. To help in regular assessment to the extent and degree of students' progress in specific scholastic and co-scholastic areas. 2. To diagnose weakness of the students and to provide feedback to teachers for making decisions regarding the need of repetition of the topic or while the whole chapter or the remedial instruction for few students. 3. To inform the pupils and their parents about the progress from time to time to make them aware about the strength and weakness and remedial measures can be taken at their own level. 4. To ascertain special aptitudes and interests of pupils. 5. To help in making decisions for the future regarding choices of subjects, courses, and careers. 6. To help in predicting the future success of the learners. 7. To provide scope of self-evaluation and self-improvement. 8. To make evaluation an integral part of teaching learning process. 9. To reduce examination phobia among students. 10. To look into the probable cause of sudden fall in achievement if any and may take remedial measures in time to help the child to overcome it. 11. To respond quickly to the need of the pupil. 12. To evaluate both process and product of teaching and learning. The task of evaluating pupil performance can be done most fairly and accurately if substantial amount of data covering a broad range of pupil characteristics is available. There are formal and informal devices that the teacher may use to obtain information concerning the development and progress of pupils. Collection and interpretation of students' performance. Tools and techniques of evaluation. It has been mentioned earlier that evaluation involves 4 steps, and the first step is gathering information. School based evaluation, which is the other name of CCE, is multidimensional that calls for the use of multiple tools and techniques. The way in which the means are used to be understood as the technique and means which are used the way are known as tools. For example, we want to gather information in a particular area, say cleanliness through observation, and for which may use checklist and rating scale as means. So, technique is observation and checklist, rating scale are the tools. In CCE, both the process and product of learning are evaluated that necessitates the use of the tools. All those tools can be kept under 2 broad classification of techniques, quantitative or testing technique and qualitative or non-testing technique. For better understanding at a glance, that classification is given graphically. To understand the learners, the number of tools and techniques can be employed, but there are some tools such as psychological tests used to measure intelligence and personality cannot be used by teachers easily as those tests require special training. It also not possible on the part of the teachers to use all. Information about learners' health condition cannot be obtained by teachers themselves. They have to give the help of medical practitioners. So the information about the learners which are most essential, particularly is the co-scholastic area, are to be identified very carefully by the teachers themselves. This is because curriculum prescribed for a specific age and grade level there is no specification for co-scholastic development. The way systematic and organized activities have been delineated for scholastic development. Still then, in every school, various activities are organized for bringing desirable changes in the pupil's behavior. At the time of selecting or decision making regarding the activities to be carried out in the school in co-scholastic area, the teachers should consider following points. A. Their effects on the development of social values, personal qualities, attitudes, interests, etc. B. Age, grade and sex. C. Feasibility which ensure pupils' growth and development in co-scholastic area and scholastic area as well. D. Usability of tools. Interpretation of students' performance. Obtaining information about various kinds of pupils' characteristics is not an end in itself. The general purpose of gathering such information is to provide a basis for evaluating pupils' progress. This purpose is achieved only when decision concerning the context extent to which a pupil has profited from his school experiences has been made, recorded, and reported to interest parties. To obtain information, the teacher assigns marks. Simply put, a mark is a judgment made by teacher concerning a pupil. This marking system suffers from a number of shortcomings. 1. Subjectivity of the examiner. 2. Limitations of the 101 point scale that satisfied neither the criterion or absolute zero nor the absolute 100. 3. In wake of growing competition in every field, undue importance attached to the marks encourages students to malpractices in the examination. 4. The fear of failure sometimes leads to extreme measures like suicide. With regard to improving marking system, it has been proposed in National Policy of Education in 1986 to replace marks with grades. Grading. Grading is a process of stepwise arrangement. The word grade is originated from Latin word gradus, which means step. Grading is essentially a method of evaluating measurements of students' performance symbolically through a set of letters A, B, C, etc. in order. Those symbols must be clarified, defined, and uniformly understood by the students, teachers, parents, and all other concerned. It is of utmost necessary that the meaning of each grading symbols be clearly spelled out. Types of grading. In general, there are two types of grading: direct grading and indirect grading. Direct grading. As the name indicates, the performance exhibited by the examinee is directly expressed in terms of letter grades by the examiner on the basis of his impression. This method may be employed for assessment of both scholastic and co-scholastic learning outcomes, but it is preferred for the assessment in co-scholastic area. 3-point or 5-point scale for grading may be used depending on the nature and quality of attribute. Advantages of direct grading are: it is easier to use and minimizes subjectivity. Indirect grading. In this procedure, the performance of examinees, the marks are awarded first and then transferred into later grades either through absolute grading or relative grading mode. Absolute grading. This procedure involves conversion of marks into grades directly irrespective of the distribution of marks in a subject. It is a process of categorization of students into 5 groups, namely distinction, first division, second division, third division, and unsatisfactory. There is no restriction of categories and percentage. The absolute marks can be divided into any number of categories, but the range of all different subjects should be same for comparison. It is necessary to announce the classification of grades in advance. This procedure is simple, straightforward, and distinctly understandable. It helps the student to know their strength and weakness serving the diagnostic purpose, and they have the freedom to strive the attainment of the highest possible grade. This is the suitable method when number of students is less. Relative grading. The name indicates the award of grade is decided relation to the performance of the group. This type of grading is generally employed in public examinations where the number of students is large. In this procedure, the percentage of students getting different grades is preconceived. Use of grading in schools. Both in scholastic and co-scholastic areas, grading system can be employed as the suggested in National Curriculum Framework for Schools Education 2000 NCFSE 2000 brought by NCERT. A. In scholastic area. At the primary level, in classes 1 and 2, where evaluation is more oral and observation oriented, 3-point direct grading method may be used. The children may be categorized as good, average, and improvement needed and assign the grades A, B, and C as follows. In class 3 to 8, where paper and pencil is advised along with observation and oral technique, the children may be evaluated using absolute grading method under 5 scale along with weightages to observation and oral techniques and marks on written test. The grades are excellent, very good, good, average and below averages, and corresponding grades are A, B, C, D and E respectively may be used. More weightage may be given to the written test. At the secondary level, class 9th onwards for grading, same procedure may be followed as in class 3 to 8. Techniques may be oral, written, practical or project work. Achievement test may be used as a major tool through oral questions may be asked during teacher for strengthening instruction. Marks awarded to a question in a question paper should be decided beforehand. To ensure continuity in evaluation, achievement test may be used periodically as follows. 1. Unit test, that is at the end of the unit. 2. Monthly test, that is at the end of the month instruction. 3. Terminal test, that is at the end of a term, 3 or 4 or 6 months of instruction. 4. Annual test, that is at the end of a session in the form of a summative test. Diagnostic test, analyzing the performance of individual student or students in a group. Hard spots may be identified and diagnostic test may be developed on the difficult concept. After diagnosing the learning difficulty, remedial instruction may be provided. To ascertain the impact of remedial instruction provided another test. If possible, a parallel form of earlier test may be used. Criterion reference test should be used periodically for assessing the acquisition of competencies to the level of mastery. All unit tests must carry same marks. Similarly, all tests, monthly test, annual test in all subjects areas must carry equal marks. Numerical marks may be used for qualifying students' performance on those tests, and indirect grading in absolute scale having 5 points as mentioned earlier may be used. Care must be taken while awarding grades to students having learning difficulties. Their performance in the rest given after the remedial instruction may be considered for awarding grades. B. In co-scholastic area. It has been discussed under heading Comprehensive Evaluation that the both scholastic and co-scholastic area are interrelated. It is necessary to identify activities in curricular area related to performance mainly in psychomotor aspects. The curricular areas such as health and physical education, art education and work experience contribute towards growth and development of the pupils in co-scholastic area, and fixed time slots are there in school's timetable for their instruction. Teachers have definite guidelines in all these three curricular areas, various activities prescribed as given below. Health and physical education, health checkup, games, drill, sports, yoga, art education, music, dramatics, drawing, dance and painting, work experience, clay modeling, tailoring, doll making, gardening, other socially useful productive activities relevant for age or grade level of pupils. These are some activities carried out in schools that aim at growth and development in the affective aspects of learners. For them, there is neither specific time slots in the timetable nor definite guidelines. However, every school emphasizes on the growth and development of these activities. For two different aspects, psychomotor and affective, two different procedures may be adopted. In a general way, it is suggested NCFSC 2000 in co-scholastic area, a 3-point direct grading method can be employed on 3-point scale. A. Psychomotor aspects. Observational technique is mainly used for assessment in this area, and observation schedule is the most effective tool. While doing observation for activity in which the child is engaged in, various indicators are to be pre-identified. The way the child is performing, how long he or she is involved in the activity, what is the quality of output, how efficiently he or she is performing the tasks, etc., are to be taken into consideration. The overall grade may be assigned day-wise, and final grade at the end of a specific period, say 1 or 2 or 3 months, or at the end of the session, may be assigned on the basis of a day-wise performance. B. In affective aspects. There are certain activities which have no specific curriculum and instructional procedure, and hence no specific time slots in the school timetable. For child's overall growth, some of the activities contributes significantly in shaping the personality of an individual child. Social personal qualities, attitudes, interests, values, and special aptitude of the child come under category and considered as a effective aspect. Technique of observation reporting may be used for assessment of performance in this area. Rating scale, checklist, anecdotal record, peer appraisal, interview and self-assessment sheets can be used as tools. For the development of social personal qualities, observations are made every day, and in some other case the situation is created and then observation is made. Observation for each and every behavior of all students and awarding grade in practically very difficult task. It is suggested that the teacher should develop his or her own device. Systematic procedure must be followed while assessing students' performance in the area of affective domain. First, identification of behavior indicators for quality of to be assessed. Second, the students are exposed to situation for the development of the quality, guiding, helping, and monitoring students' attainment of those qualities takes place in this step. Third, the students' behavior are observed on the basis of identified behaviors indicators without the knowledge of the student. Assessing dimension of learning. Dimensions of learning. Learning is a change in behavior for better or worse. Schools exist in order to bring desired changes in people behavior as outcomes of learning. Learning is not an event, it is a process. It is continual growth and change in the brain's architecture that results from many ways we take in information, process it, connect it, catalog it, and use it, and sometimes get rid of it. Learning can generally be categorized into three domains: 1. Cognitive, 2. Affective, and 3. Psychomotor. Within each domain are multiple levels of learning that progress from more basic surface level learning to more complex, deeper level learning. The level of learning we strive to impact will vary across learning experiences depending on 1. The nature of experience, 2. The development levels of the participating students, and 3. The duration and intensity of the experience. Learning domains, sometimes referred as categories of learning outcomes, developed by Benjamin Bloom and his colleagues in 1956. In full, Bloom's taxonomy of learning domains, or strictly speaking, Bloom's taxonomy of educational objectives. The distinction among cognitive, affective, and psychomotor educational outcomes was first introduced by Bloom. Taxonomy means a set of classification principles, and domain simply means category. Meaning of three domains are: 1. Cognitive domain, where intellectual capability, that is knowledge or think; 2 affective domain, feelings, emotions and behavior, that is attitude or feel. 3 psychomotor domain, manual or physical skills or do. Bloom's the learner should benefit from development of knowledge and intellect bracket cognitive domain, attitude and beliefs bracket affective domain, and ability to put physical and bodily skills into effect to act bracket psychomotor domain. Bloom's three dimensions of three domains in overlapping domains. Those three domains are not independent of each other. When a student answers a descriptive question, he may be using a pen to write bracket psychomotor. The answer may be feeling remarkably confident bracket affective and organized analyzing intellectually bracket cognitive. In this example, all three domains involved but not equally. What aspect is emphasized largely determines in which domain the behavior should be classified. When a descriptive question is asked, the organization and content of the answer is emphasized and hence is placed in the cognitive domain. Classroom teachers, in making decisions about what to assess, can often be helped by considering potential assessment targets according to whether they have to focus on cognitive, affective, or psychomotor targets. These are domains are also known as learning dimensions, and assessment focuses on these three. Learning outcomes are considered with reference to these three dimensions. Benjamin Bloom and his associates in 1956 have mentioned their purpose in developing a taxonomy of educational objectives as: we are not attempting to classify the particular subject matter or content. What we are classifying is intended behavior of students, that is, the way in which the individuals are to act or think as a result of participating in some unit of instruction. To assess cognitive, affective, and psychomotor dimensions of learning, different tools and techniques are employed. To have clear understanding, refer attribute measured, the nature of information gathered, continuous and comprehensive assessment described in part 1 and tools and techniques in part 3. Reasons for teachers to know about assessment. A working definition of assessment as it is used in an educational context is given by POFAM 2008 as follows, that is, educational assessment is a formal attempt to determine student status with respect to educational variables of interest. No doubt we may call for all sorts of informal determinations regarding people's status. Teachers to make informal judgments about their students. Such informal judgments may be useful, should not be regarded as educational assessment. The word formal used in the above definition indicates that it is a deliberate effort to determine students' status regarding such variables as the student's achievement bracket, that is knowledge and or skills students acquire, as well as the student's affect bracket, that is educationally pertinent attitudes and values influenced by schools. It is more than teachers' impressions. Traditional reasons that teachers assess students are: to diagnose students' strength and weakness. Students' weakness, once identified via assessment, can be focus of future instruction. To monitor students' progress. A useful function of classroom assessment is to determine whether students are moving satisfactorily toward instructional outcomes of the teacher is seeking to promote. Progress monitoring classroom assessment will help teachers to take necessary steps to raise standards of achievement, to assign grades to students. The more frequent varied evidences of students' accomplishment will enable the teacher to assign grade to students they deserve judicially. To determine instructional effectiveness, students' end of instruction performances on assessment devices constitute a particularly compelling indication of whether teachers should retain, alter, or jettison their current instructional procedures. Today's reasons are: 1. Test results determine pupil perceptions of educational effectiveness. Today's parents as well conscious of quality education as a result of the public demand for evidence of the school programs. Effectiveness assessment programs have been imposed on the schools by states or districts. By statewide educational test results, citizens reached conclusions about how well their schools are doing. We live an era of globalization which demands keen competition, and hence public perceptions of schooling are more important than some educators might prefer. This sort of perception will have an impact on the sorts of classroom assessments and teachers personally choose to employ. Students' assessment performance are increasingly seen as part of teachers' evaluation process. Students' test scores are used as evidence to evaluate teachers' decisions whether the teacher should be granted. This sort of perception will have an impact on sorts of classroom assessment the teachers personally choose to employ. Students' assessment performance are increasingly seen as a part of teachers' evaluation process. Students' test scores are used to evidence to evaluate teachers' decisions whether the teacher should be granted tenure or receive merit pay award are made may be part on the result of educational assessments. As clarifiers of instructional intentions, assessment devices can improve instructional quality. Classroom assessment instruments should always be prepared prior to any instructional planning so that teachers will better understand what is being sought of students and therefore can incorporate in instructional activities for students to help students attain the instructional intentions represented by the assessment. The main purpose of classroom instruction is to help students achieve a set of intended learning goals. These goals should typically include desired changes in the intellectual, emotional, and physical sphere. When classroom instruction is viewed in this light, assessment becomes an integral part of teaching learning process. As assessment is a process of ascertaining the nature and quantum of change and necessarily should be based on or be directed towards such a goal. The intended learning outcomes are established by the instructional goals. The desired changes in the students are brought out by the planned learning activities and periodical assessment of students' learning ensure the continuous intellectual, emotional and physical development of the learners. Thus, the interdependent nature of three facets of education, that is teaching, learning and assessment, is beyond dispute. Needs of assessment has been discussed with reference to functional role in classroom instruction. They are classified as 1. Placement assessment, that is to determine students' performance at the beginning of instruction. 2. Formative assessment, that is to monitor learning progress during instruction. 3. Diagnostic assessment, that is to diagnose learning difficulties during instruction. 4. Summative assessment, that is to assess achievement at the end of the instruction. As described earlier, the main purpose of classroom instruction is to help students to achieve a set of intended learning goals with reference to learning. Assessment includes the full range of procedures used to gain information about student learning in cognitive, affective, and psychomotor dimensions. Characteristics features of assessment. The primary purpose of assessment is to improve student performance. Assessment should be based on understanding of how students learn. Assessment should reflect the fact that learning is a complex process that is multidimensional, integrated, and revealed in the student's performance over time. Assessment process should be clear enough so that students can demonstrate what they have learned and see the results of their efforts. Good assessment provides useful information to report credibly to parents on students' achievement. Variety of tools can be used to match them closely to the type of information sought and to minimize the limitations of particular methods. Assessment tasks are designed to assess relevant generic skills as well as subject specific knowledge and skills. Assessment results should be reliable and valid. Good assessment gives attention to both the process and product. Good assessment procedure is continuous and linked series of activities rather than episodic. Well designed assessment sets clear expectations and establishes a reasonable workload that does not push students into rote reproductive approaches to study. Good assessment provides opportunity to students to self-monitor, rehearse, practice and feedback on their performance, teachers and students to reflect on their practice. Teaching, learning and assessment. Education aims at all-round development of the child's personality. Curriculum is the path to be traveled to achieve the goal. Teaching is a means causing to learn, learning to experiences, acquisition of skills to apply, relationship that is to live together, being a social animal and not to negativism that is not to be the cause of other suffering, that is to be rational, and assessment ensures learning whether is in the right direction or not, and thereby provides opportunity to take care of the learners effectively. In this way, assessment plays an important role in the teaching learning process. It is necessary at the outset to know about how teachers and learners view teaching and learning and assessment thereby. Why teachers assess students? The main purpose of classroom instruction is to help students achieve a set of intended learning goals. These goals typically include desired changes in the intellectual, emotional, and physical spheres referred as curricular goals. The intended learning goals are viewed as learning outcomes to ensure the extent to which learning goals have been achieved. In this way, assessment entered into the realm of teaching learning process and considered as an integral part. Ordinarily, a teacher assesses a student to determine the student's status with respect to a curricular aim that the teacher wants the student to master. In other words, the teacher wants to know the student's level of learning in relation to some sort of outcome the teacher intends to promote. It has been discussed earlier that there are different regions and functional roles of assessment, but the main purpose of assessment is expressed in bold-faced words in the above sentence, that is, student's level of learning and intends to promote. It signifies that the process of assessment is carried out to know the present level of learning with the intention to promote learning in future. This statement raises question in the mind how. One of the first steps toward helping the learners to improve learnings is to understand the different approaches to learning. Approaches to learning. Mainly, there are four approaches to learning. 1. Learning across the curriculum. Learning across the curriculum allows practitioners to make links and draw a relationship on a range of themes and topics for delivering the curriculum and students' learning thereby. 2. Outdoor learning. Through outdoor learning, one finds inspiration and support for learning. Outdoor learning offers opportunity to all children and young people to have first-hand experience and enjoy, whether within the school grounds, in urban localities, in the country outside, or in the zoo or botanical garden. Learning need not take place solely within educational building. The outdoor environment has massive potential for learning. Challenge, enjoyment, relevance, depth, development of the whole person, and an adventurous approach to learning are the key concept of outdoor learning. Such experiences inspire passion, motivate children and young people to become successful learners and to develop as healthy, confident, enterprising and responsible citizens. For a lifetime, outdoor learning experiences are often remembered. Curricular objectives which are difficult to achieve indoors, integration of learning and outdoor experiences provide relevance and depth in understanding. Outdoor learning provides opportunity to develop critical thinking abilities, healthy habits of walking, cycling, etc. Develop skills of assessing the situation and make decisions for safety, to be eco-friendly through greener experience about the natural and built heritage environment, and to understand the global significance of sustainability issues. 3. Active learning. This approach engages and challenges children's thinking using real life and imaginary situations. It encourages to find out more. In the early years, practical ways to introduce more active approach to learning and teaching is highly beneficial Students' involvement in the teaching learning process makes them responsible, confident, and self reliant. They take the situation or the task assigned to them as challenging, and ultimately they try their level best to be successful with a deeper understanding. For cooperative and collaborative learning, learning is frequently most effective when learners have the opportunity to think and work together, to discuss ideas, analyze, and solve problems without constant teachers' meditation. It provides opportunity for feedback to one another on the quality of a product or performance. Lev led Vygotsky learning as a social process. In recent years, his ideas have been reflected in a number of learning and teaching approaches, including pedagogic teaching. These approaches vary some to extent. Essentially, they all promote the idea that young people's learning is the best served when have opportunity to learn with and from each other and are shown how to do so assessment and learning. Effective approach to assessment. Assessment is the ongoing process of gathering, analyzing, and reflecting on evidence to make informed and consistent judgments to improve future and student learning. Poorly designed assessment has the potential to hinder learning and stifle curriculum innovation. Assessment tasks assess the capacity to analyze and synthesis of new information and concept rather than simply recall information previously presented. Purpose of assessment are often loosely placed into two categories: development formative concerned with students ongoing educational progression, and judgmental, that is summative, where emphasis is on making decision on satisfactory completion or readiness to progress to the next level of study. Both are legitimate purpose of assessment in education, and effective assessment programs must be designed with both considerations in mind. Large scale assessments, like all assessments, are designed for a specific purpose. Assessments designed for ranking schools and students are generally not good in instruments for helping teachers improve their instruction and modify their approach to individual students, because students take them at the end of the school year. When instructional activities are almost completed, the assessment best suited to guide improvements in the student learning are quizzes, tests, writing assignments, and other assessments that the teacher administers on a regular basis in their classrooms. Teachers trust the results from the assessments because of their direct relation to classroom instructional goals, and results are immediate and easy to analyze the individual student level. To use classroom assessment to make improvements, teachers must change both their view of assessments and their interpretation of results. Especially, they need to see assessments as an integral part of the instruction process and as crucial for helping students learn. They must not treat assessment as evaluation devices to administer when instructional activities are completed, and to use primarily for assigning students grades. To use assessments to improve instruction and student learning in three important ways, teachers need to change their approach to assessments. 1. Make assessment meaningful. A. For students. Classroom assessments that serve as meaningful sources of information do not surprise students. Instead, these assessments reflect the concept and skills that teacher emphasized in this class. Along with teachers' clear criteria for judging students' performance, mistakenly many teachers still believe that they must keep their assessments strict and secret. Teachers facilitate learning by providing students with important feedback as their learning progress and by helping them identify learning problems. Bracket, Bloom and others in 1981, Stiggins in 2002. If a concept or skill is important enough to assess, when it should be important enough to teach, and if it is not important enough to teach, then there is little justification for assessing. Instead of teaching to the test, teachers are more accurately testing the way they teach. B. For teachers. Even with valiant teaching efforts, we cannot guarantee that all students will learn everything excellently. If a teacher is reaching fewer than half of the student in the class, the teacher's method of instruction needs to improve, and teachers need this kind of evidence to help target their instructional improvement efforts. The best classroom assessments serve as meaningful sources of information for teachers, helping them identify what they taught well and why and what they need to work on. Teachers will be able to know easily, making a simple tally of how many students missed each assessment item or failed to meet a specific criterion. Once teachers have made specific tallies, they can pay special attention to the trouble spots, those items or criteria missed by a large number of students in the class. It is required that teachers must first consider the quality of the item or criterion. Items must address adequately the knowledge, the understanding or skill that they are intended to measure unambiguously. 2. Follow assessment with corrective instruction. As assessment provide information for both students and teachers, they cannot make the end of learning. Instead, to improve learning, assessments must be followed by high quality corrective instruction designed to remedy whatever learning errors the assessment identified. Therefore, teachers must follow their assessments with instructional alternatives that present those concepts in new ways and engage students in different and more appropriate learning experiences. This must not be understood as reteaching, rather the teacher must approach the accommodate differences in students' learning styles and intelligences. Those students who have fewer or no learning errors to correct should receive enrichment activities to help broaden and expand their learning. Enrichment materials designed for gifted and talented students provide an excellent resource for such activities. This cannot be done by a teacher himself or herself alone. Faculty meetings, district level personnel, and collaborative partnership with local colleges and universities offer excellent resources for ideas and practical advice. 3. Changes to demonstrate success. Man learns from his experience. What better learning to learn skill is there than learning from one's mistakes? A mistake can be beginning of learning. To Wagin's students learn best with their initial performance is less than successful. For them, they can gain direction on how to improve. Assessment as an integral part of instructional process is not a one-shot do or die experience for students. If teachers follow assessment with helpful corrective instruction, then students should have the chances to demonstrate their new level of competence and understanding, which will ensure their realization of the purpose of assessment to improve learning. It is to be remembered that purpose of education is to strive students become lifelong learners and develop learning to learn skills. Assessment can be vital component in our efforts to improve education. When teachers' classroom assessments become an integral part of instructional process and a central ingredient in their efforts to help students learn, the benefits of assessment for both students and teachers will be boundless. All of us know that summative assessment is carried out at the end of a unit or learning cycle to provide evidence or achievement or learning. This sort of assessment in relation to learning is termed as assessment of learning or AOL. It has been discussed earlier that feedback speed of learning, but AOL comes at the end and hence feedback to students has a less obvious effect on student learning. Can we ignore the effect of feedback during instruction or formative assessment on summative assessment AOL? No. So feedback based on assessment during instruction acts as catalyst for students' performance at the end. Assessment during instruction is understood as assessment for learning, that is AFL. Under the approaches of learning, it has been discussed that cooperative and collaborative learning provide opportunity to students for feedback to one another and reflect on while they are learning. Feedback is based on assessment, and this sort of assessment may be termed as assessment as learning or AAL. With With reference to learning, assessment is to be carried out continuously using these three prepositions, that is for, as and of. In another way, it can be stated that improved student learning and deep understanding requires a range of assessment practices to be used with three overreaching purposes. 1. Assessment for learning, that is, it occurs when teachers use inferences about student progress to inform their teaching. 2. Assessment as learning, that is, it occurs when students reflect on and monitor their progress to inform their future goals. 3. Assessment of learning, that is, it occurs when teachers use evidence of student learning to make judgments on student achievement
In
against
assessing the
goals and
procedure, the
standards.
product and performance rating scales are mostly used. In the area of personal social development, the checklist can be convenient method of recording evidence of growth towards specific learning outcomes. Both are discussed in this test portfolios. Don't you have experience on advertisement in daily newspaper regarding the submission of waste work from the painters, designers, artisans? Yes, you have. Whatever they assemble are called portfolios. Portfolios are sometimes described as portrait of person's accomplishments. A student portfolio is usually a self-portrait that may be feedback from a teacher, guidance worker, and from other students. In this new era of performance assessment related to the monitoring of students' mastery of a core curriculum, portfolios of work should be used on the basis of assessment with increasing frequency. This may be span more than a single school year and provide information to teachers about student achievement as students move from one grade to the next. Sometimes portfolios are adopted as an approach to assessment by entire school. Portfolios to work have also been used in college admission, student of evaluation in higher education, job employment, and evaluation of teaching. A student portfolio is different in several important ways from collection of student work in folders, so it involves a collection of piece of student work. A portfolio is a collection of student work selected to serve a particular purpose, such as documentation of student growth. Unlike some folders of work, portfolios does not contain all the work a student does. Instead, portfolio may contain examples of best works, example from each of the several categories. Pieces of work for a portfolio must be selected with care to serve desired purposes of portfolios. A student portfolio is a purposeful collection of pieces of student work. Its use requires substantial effort on the part of the students and teachers and is very time consuming, but the benefits to instruction and learning as well as assessment can make it worth time and energy. Definition: Kubishian and Boric have defined portfolios as follows. That is, portfolio is planned collection of learner achievement that documents what a student has accomplished and the steps taken to get there. The collection represents a collaborative effort among teachers and learners to decide on portfolio purpose, content, and evaluation criteria. It may be defined as a student portfolio is a systematic collection of student work and related material that depicts a student's activities, accomplishments, and achievement. Portfolio assessment. Portfolio assessment is another type of performance assessment that provides a clear picture of learners' growth in proficiency, long-term achievement, and significant accomplishments in a given area. Portfolio assessment is based on the idea that a collection of learners' work throughout the year is one of the best ways to show both final achievement and effort put in getting there. Assessment process can be enhanced by portfolios as they reveal a range of skills and understanding of students' parts, support instructional goals, reflect the change and growth over a period of time, encourage student, teachers, and parents' reflection, and provision for continuity in education from one year to the next. The method known as portfolio assessment provides another set of alternatives. This type of evaluation tool is aimed primarily at making process of educational assessment as meaningful and realistic as possible. Although there are a wide range of procedure to which the term is applied, portfolio usually consists of cumulative record collected over an extended period of time of samples of students' work in specific areas such as writing or any other endeavor that involves the process in which progress can be documented, that is by Cramped, Gittomore, D.P. Wolf in 1993. The portfolio method of assessment offers a great deal of flexibility, can be implemented more or less formally and with various degrees of collaboration between the student and the teacher. Definition: portfolio assessment provides a body student work, essentially a portfolio that can be used to appraise student performance ever. Purpose of portfolios: without a clear understanding of purpose, there will be no difference between portfolios and unorganized collection of materials. To Waters, Pandeland, and Colham in 1995, there are fundamentally global purposes for student assessment and instruction. These two purposes are not mutually exclusive. Indeed, good assessment is an integral part of effective instruction, but the emphasis is likely to be different depending upon the purpose of whether for assessment or instruction. Others have opined portfolios are intended to display current accomplishment and to demonstrate progress within either of the general purposes. Distinction can be made between portfolios that contain only examples of best work, which are commonly called showcase of portfolios, and portfolios that documents a range of accomplishment, commonly called documentation portfolio. When the focus is on accomplishment, portfolios are limited to finished work and may cover a relatively brief period of time. When the focus is on progress, demonstrating growth and achievement, the time frame is generally greater. The important goal of showcase portfolio is for students to learn to identify work that is the best. The documentation portfolio usually is intended to provide evidence about breadth as well as depth of learning, thus needs to be more inclusive. Building a system for portfolio assessment. As portfolio is a purposeful collection of student work that exhibits the student's efforts, progress, and achievements in one or more areas of the curriculum, the collection must include the following, which are considered key steps. Step 1. Specify purpose. As discussed earlier, purposes of portfolio assessment are many. Classroom level purpose that portfolios can achieve include monitoring students' progress, communicating what has been learned to parents, passing on information and subsequent teachers, evaluating how well something was taught, showing off what has been accomplished, and assigning a course grade. So that outset it is to be decided on the purposes for a portfolio. Step 2. Identification of cognitive skills and dispositions. Portfolio can measure growth and development of competence areas such as knowledge construction, cognitive strategies, interpretation, planning, organization, procedure skills, editing, speaking, and constructing, and metacognition, that is self monitoring and self reflection, as well as certain dispositions or habit and mind such as flexibility, adaptability, tolerance of criticism, persistence, collaboration, and desire for mystery. Hence, it is required to decide upon what is wanted to know about the learners from their portfolios. Step 3. We will plan the portfolio. It is desirable to create an atmosphere changed with excitement, dedication, and commitment to genuine effort when portfolios are to be used. The teacher and learners and parents are the principal stakeholders in the use of portfolios because of for helping the student to improve writing, mathematics, reasoning, or scientific thinking, and to assemble examples of this growth competence. A team comprising of teacher and learner and parents work. Parents are to be involved by sending home explanation of portfolio assessment and ask them to participate in the discussion regarding goals and content. Step 4. Decision regarding which products and how many samples of each product to include. There are two key decisions to be considered. One is ownership and link of portfolio with instruction. Ownership refers to, as to discussed in step 3, involvement of learners and their parents in planning process. The enhances ownership as the involvement ensures the portfolio contains what they want to. With reference into instruction, both learners and their parents need to see class instruction focuses on teaching and skills necessary to fasten the portfolio's content. If the product is a writing portfolio, then the instructional goal of the teachers must include teaching skills, writing short stories, poems, and editorials, or as the curriculum specifics. Step 5, preparation of scoring rubrics. After specifying purpose, step 1, identifying cognitive skills and disposition, that is step 2, planning at the team level, that is at step 3, and making decision regarding the type and number of products in step 4. It is essential to decide what good, average, and poor performance look like for each entry in the portfolio and for portfolio as a whole. To judge quality of each product to have holistic rating, it is essential to prepare a scoring rubric for each category of content in the portfolio. The least primary traits of characteristics are considered important. A rating scale that describes the range of students' performance that can occur for each trait is to be constructed. Scoring criteria for each trait is to be designed, and portfolio as a whole product. To aggregate all portfolio ratings, the average rating on each is necessary to develop a rule procedure. Grades can be assigned to rating as per the rule of practice. Step 6, organization. After deciding upon what and how aspects of portfolios, it is necessary to decide when aspects. This when aspect deals with one, timelines, that is learners and their parents are to be informed exact dates when things are to do. 2, submission, that is provide detailed information about the submission of portfolios, that is how, when, and where. For late assignments will be their penalties and how to absent learners submit. 3, accessibility, that is decision to be made how to be made whether learners and parents will be allowed to see other students, current and future teachers, administrators will have to assess or not. As per the decision, proper arrangement must be made. For communication of results, through a conference, the results can be communicated to parents and discussions and with them about the portfolios and their children's achievement will be helpful. Step 7, assessment of the program. The checklist can be prepared at the beginning of the decision make regarding portfolio assessment with reference to step 1 to 6 mentioned earlier, which will enable to design and revise the program effectively. Strength of portfolios. 1. As portfolios checklist are products of classroom instruction, they can be readily integrated with instruction. 2. They provide opportunity to students to show their skills and talents. 3. They can encourage students to develop critical skills in evaluating their own work, strengths and weakness. 4. Portfolios can help students to take responsibility for setting goals and evaluating their progress. Portfolios provide opportunity to teachers and students to collaborate and reflect on students' progress. 6. By showing concrete example of student work and demonstration of progress in an effective way, teachers can communicate with parents. 7. For student-centered and student-directed conferences with parents, a mechanism can be provided. 8. Three-way conferences involving teachers, students and parents, with students taking the lead in explaining their portfolios to parents, provide an unusual opportunity to teachers to see how the students and parents interact can result a healthy relationship. 9. Concrete example of students development can be given to parents. 10. Observation of portfolios in progress provide teachers with the basis for ongoing planning and formative evaluation. 11. Parents' comments on specific aspects and overall portfolios can also contribute to and become part of portfolios. 12. Portfolios encourage students to become reflective learners. Weakness of portfolios. 1. They are time consuming for students as well as teachers. Portfolios only are not suitable for summative evaluation. 3. It is assumed that portfolio can be easily created. 4. Most fail to distinguish portfolios from unorganized collection of works in folders due to lack of clear understanding of the purpose. 5. It is quite difficult to evaluate students' constructed responses consistently. Assessment purposes. Both formative and summative assessment portfolios can be used. Portfolios of work collected over a school year can be particularly effective for purpose of formative evaluation of student progress. A simple comparison of essays writing in September, December and March, for example, can provide a teacher with concrete example of areas where student has shown considerable progress. For assigning grades or certifying the accomplishment, clear specification of the contents of the portfolios and scoring criteria should be given to students. Working portfolios are often used to document day-to-day activities and thereby useful for formative evaluation. Timely feedback on their work can be given. Observational technique, that is video recording. The investigator must be very careful in selecting the techniques he is going to use on his particular problem unless he can demonstrate that a technique measures something relevant to his problem. His findings, even if are published, would be ignored by those familiar with necessary of investigators taking into consideration the validity of his measures. Validity is demonstrated when an investigator shows that he is going to actually measure what he is supposed to measure. The relationship between indicator and indicates must be determined, not assumed. Only if measures what it purports measure, then it is valid. A variety of consideration as discussed must be dealt with. Investigator in carrying out research using systematic observations, he must decide upon this sample to be used. He has to select particular series of sort of time periods during observation studied. He must also define areas selected for study and develop a recording scheme for the categories of behavior to be observed. He must provide provision for evaluating the reliability of observation of his observer. In many research situations, especially in clinical settings, the investigator not only passively records observation but also interact actively with the subject. He becomes a participant observer. This may lead subsequently to situation but also makes it more complex. In effect, the investigator, because he is part of research situation, become a variable in research, thereby affecting the results. It becomes necessary to consider carefully and precisely what the investigator is to do in order to make sure that his participant does not cause him commit errors in his evaluation of the situation. Objective techniques depend on the subjective behavior noted by observer in the investigator. In objective technique, then the observer looks at the subject and reports on his observation. Basically, there are two approaches: control of stimulus situation and observation of responses. Observational errors can be reduced by preparing to observe, using mechanical or electronic recording devices, preparing unambiguous reading forms. Cinemanalysis is a technique developed by Arnold Gesell and his co-workers, consists of analytic study of motion picture film either as a sequence or individually, frame by frame. Due to advancement of science and technology, equipment like video recording has become popular. Exactitude, original observation and accurate recording can be no more vividly illustrated than by this type of motion picture study. What the observational did is available on video recording long after original moment and thus may be studied and restudied. Moreover, the presence of the camera may affect the behavior of students. Now it is possible without knowledge of students, this device can be used as CCTV and proper interpretation about the behavior studied can be made analysis time to time objectively. Self-report. Self-report is a qualitative method of child study. A self-report study is a type of survey, questionnaire or poll in which respondents reach the question and select a response by themselves. The question may also be asked verbally. In general, a self-report is a method which involves asking a participant about their feelings, attitudes, beliefs, and so on. Examples of self-reports are questionnaire and interviews. Self-reports are often used as a way of gaining participant reports in observational and experimental studies. Self-report studies may be classified into two: reference to the way questions are posed. Those are written questionnaire and spoken questionnaire. Written questionnaire consists of questions usually in a highly structured form, may include both open and closed questions. This approach enables to study large sample of people fairly and quickly. As per the interest of researcher or the teacher in specific areas, information are collected to know about feelings, beliefs, etc. The respondents with a limited time of 1 or 2 hours administrating in a group or can be mailed in a duration of 1 or 2 weeks without researchers' interference. Self-report studies have validity problems. The client may exaggerate or may hide or might also mistake or misremember material covered by survey. It is suggested instead of relying upon self-report solely, information should be collected from some other sources to describe the behavior of a group towards a specific aspect. Say, preference of a method, it is possible to arrive at a genuine conclusion as a number of students can be involved at a time. Engaging activities. Engaging in activities is one of the informal methods employed for encouraging effective and better learning as well as evaluation. Activity means learning activities, not teaching activities. Activities is an act, an event or situation in which the learner gets spontaneously and actively involved during the course of programming. Activity can be performed in groups or individually. Group activities are more insisted upon, leading to individual activity. Activity based evaluation. The class of the student be engaged in activities focusing the desired competencies to be evaluated, and the performance of the students can be judged by observing their degree of involvement, observing their participation in interaction, rating the outcome or product of activity, giving weights to answer and to questions with preference to the quality during the course of activity. Advantages. In this process, every learning situation can be a situation for evaluation and vice versa. Evaluation is participatory in the sense even learners judge the rate their performance. Evaluation is joyful experience. It is avoided of unnecessary tension. It is transparent to all participants. Several concepts from different areas of learning like language, mathematics, science, history can be evaluated simultaneously. Problems. It requires imaginative teachers to plan sessions for evaluation. It is time consuming. It requires special technique for proper observation and evaluation for both the teachers and participants. Evaluation engaging student activities is more objective, that is, in the learners are treated as human beings, not as inanimate objects, and hence provide hopes for encouraging better and effective learning. Project as a tool. Project method has convinced, developed and connection with the teaching of children. It is also appropriate to the field of higher education. It is planned and carried mutually by facilitator and participant in natural real life situation or surrounding. Projects are also used to assess students' performance. Project can broadly classified as individual project and group projects. Individual projects such as projects which vary participant completes in his own space. Group projects are those which are completed by group collectively, and tasks can be performed by each member of group undertaken as per their interest and abilities. It involves a lot of systematic steps via creating situation and choosing the project, planning, execution of the program and evaluation of the project. It is hoped all of you know in detail about these steps. The evaluation aspect of this method is emphasized as it is beyond scope of objective of the topic. Evaluation of the project. To maximum benefit out of the project method is essential that each group in the project group or individual student will be allowed to demonstrate the project before the class. Student The student of the class will act as an audience and react the activities. The audience may be allowed to evaluate each aspect of the project through a performa supplied to them, including the teacher. The extent to which objectives have been achieved, what are the drawbacks, suggestions or feedback for improvement will be outcomes. This will help students to be careful and reflect on their own work in future. Further, it helps to learn each other, and appreciation of work encourages others to strive for the best. Teachers must be impartial. Comparison of students' ratings with that of teachers' rating and discussion on different aspects of the project will enable the student to rate on one's own work effectively and rectify their own mistakes at their level. It encourages self-learning. No doubt it is time-consuming but carefully selected project. Its execution and evaluation both by teacher and students is a democratic atmosphere will be highly beneficial both for learning and evaluation, more specifically self-evaluation. The teacher should be active and observe carefully the involvement of students and progress of the project. He should have thorough knowledge. This will provide opportunity to teachers to identify talented, shy, and introvert pupils. Grading different projects will enable the teachers to select the best project that encourages others at the school level and to create opportunity for further participation at the block, district, and state and national level. Expressive ability, demonstration ability, creative ability are identified through this method. Project method insists on the application rather the acquisition of knowledge. Both the process and product aspects can be evaluated. Assessment for learning AFL. To determine when the assessment for learning is practiced, students as the outset of a unit of a study, what they are expected to learn. At the beginning of the unit, the teacher will work with the student to understand what she or he already know about the topic as well as identify the gaps or misconception. As the unit progresses, the teacher and the student work together and assess students' knowledge. Needs to learn the extent of knowledge and how the student can best get to point. Assessment for learning, of course, occurs at all stages of the learning process. Working definition of assessment for learning from a widely cited article intends the term assessment refers to those activities embedded by teachers and by their students in assessing themselves, which provide the information based to feedback to modify the teaching and learning activities which they engaged. Characteristics features comprises two phases: initial or diagnostic assessment and the formative assessment. Assessment can be based on a variety of information sources, that is portfolios, works in progress, teachers and observation and conversation. Verbal within feedback to the student, primarily descriptive or comprehensive. Strengths identifies challenges and points to next steps. As teachers check on understanding, they adjust the instruction to keep students on track. No grades or scores are given. Record uh, keeping is primarily descriptive, occurs throughout learning process from the outset of the course study, the time of summative assessment. Assessment for learning in any assessment for which in first priority in its design and practice is to serve the purpose of promoting people's learning. Diagnostic assessment, now referred to more often as pre-assessment. In this assessment made to determine what a student does and does not know about a topic, to determine the student's learning style or preferences used to determine how well a student can perform a certain set of skills related to a particular subject or group of subjects occur at the beginning of a unit of study, used to perform instruction, make up initial phase of assessment for learning. Formative assessment. It is the assessment made to determine students' knowledge and skills, including learning gaps and as they progress through a unit of study. It is to inform instruction and guide learning, occurs during the course of a unit study to make up the subsequent phase of assessment learning. To Black and William in 1988, an assessment is a formative to the extent that information from the assessment is used during the instructional segment in which the assessment occurs to adjust instruction with the intent of improving learning of the students assessed. Black and William found students who had been taught using assessment for learning were able to achieve 6 and 7 months what it took students a full year to achieve. Principle for learning. Principle of assessment for learning. The big five principles assessment for learning are: 1. Provision of effective feedback to students. 2. Active involvement of students in their own learning. 3. Adjusting teaching to take account of results of assessment. 4. Recognition of the profound influence assessment has on the motivation and self-esteem of pupils, both of which are critical influence on learning. 5. The need for students to be able to assess themselves and understand how to improve. In this state, assessment are viewed as catalysts to improve students' achievement. The student will also meaningfully improve their score on externally influenced examination. To help the student in real sense, it is necessary to collect information from a number of sources such as portfolios, developing rubric, self-assessment and peer appraisal whenever possible. Stages of assessment for learning. Leahy and her colleagues in 2005 are of the opinion that teachers to use assessment for learning appear to most successful. Care must be taken to implement as many of following broad strategies as their instructional situations permit. 1. Clarify share learning intentions and criteria for success. Carry out effectively classroom discussions, questions, and learning tasks. Provide feedback to move learners forward. Activate students as the owners of their own learning and instructional resources for the one another. The main purpose of AFL, that is assessment for learning. In AFL, teachers use assessment as an investable tool to find out as much as they can about their students know and can do, and what confusions, preconceptions, or gaps they might have. The wide variety of information that teachers collect about students' learning process provide the basis determination what they need to do to make student learning forward. It provides the basic for providing descriptive feedback for students and deciding on groupings, instructional strategies, and resources. Teachers also use AFL to enhance students' motivational and commitment to learning. When teachers commit to learning as the focus assessment, they change the classroom culture to one of the student success. Feedback is provided to students furthering their learning. Role of teachers in AFL. AFL occurs throughout the learning process. It is interactive in nature, allowing two-way flow information between teachers and students. It requires alignment of instruction as part of teachers, identification of particular learning needs of students or groups, and selection and adoption of materials and resources as essential for helping individual students move forward in their learning. Teachers should create differentiated teaching strategies and learning opportunities. Teachers should provide immediate feedback and direction to students. The main purpose of assessment for learning task is to provide feedback to both teacher and learner regarding learners' progress towards achieving the learning activities or objectives. This feedback should be used by the teacher to revise or develop of further instruction. An active AFL method is to use performance tasks coupled with rubric. In AFL, a wide range of formal and informal methods are used. Rubrics. The term rubrics was applied to standardized development ratings by Grob in 1981. Rubric is a scoring guide employed to assess the quality of students' responses to performance tests, a student's portfolios, or any kind of student-generated responses, or to communicate about product performance or process tasks. A scoring rubric is a set of criteria and standards typically linked to learning objectives. In education terminology, scoring rubric means a standard performance for a defined population. A scoring rubric is an attempt to communicate expectation of quality around a task. In many cases, scoring rubrics are used to delineate consistent criteria for grading. Because the criteria are public, a scoring rubric allows teachers and students alike to evaluate criteria, which can be complex and subjective. A scoring rubric can also provide a basis for self-evaluation, reflection, and peer review. It is aimed at accurate and fair assessment, fostering understanding and indicating a way to proceed with subsequent learning and teaching. This integration of performance and feedback is called ongoing assessment or formative assessment. Common features of scoring rubrics. It focuses on measuring a stated objective bracket performance, behavior or quality. Use a range to rate performance. Contain specific performance characteristics arranged in labels indicating either developmental sophistication or the strategy used or the degree to which standard has been met. Components of a scoring rubric. Scoring rubrics includes one or more dimensions on which performance is rated. Definition and examples and illustrate the attributes being measured and a rating scale for each dimension. Dimensions are generally referred as to criteria, rating scale as labels and definitions as descriptors. Horman, Backventure and Winters distinguish the following elements of a scoring rubric. One or more traits dimension that serve as the basis for judging the student response. Definition and example to clarify meaning of each trait or dimension. A scale of values on which the rate each dimension. Standard excellence for specific performance labels accompanied by models or example of each label. Types of rubric. Many educationalists have suggested different types of rubrics. Two of them are discussed here, namely task-specific or analytic score rubrics and skill-focused or holistic rubrics. Task-specific or analytic scoring rubrics. These rubrics enable a teacher to focus on characteristics or particular task or trait dimension embodied in a specific performance test at a time. The separation of characteristics or dimension is most important. Scoring of each dimension or characteristics will enable the teacher ultimately to judge the level of achievement of performance and to provide students with clearer feedback about the strength and weakness of the response of each trait, characteristics or dimension. For preparation of this kind of rubric, the first step to prepare the list of dimension and characteristics through analyze which will reflect what you are trying to measure. The second step, prepare the evaluative criteria for each dimension. In the third step, prepare the checklist or rating scale or combination of both. Carefully constructed task-specific rubrics will help teachers plan instructional sequences that promote their students' abilities to generalize the skills to be acquired. For scoring purposes, the more specific evaluative criteria or rubrics are the better. Skills-focused or holistic rubrics. These are conceptualized around skill that is being measured by constructed responses assessment and being persuaded instructionally by teachers. Skills focused rubrics created by teachers prior to their instructional planning will help them to devise a better instructional sequence. Depending upon the nature of response expected from learners, skills will be different. For example, in the appraisal of students' narrative essays of high level components like abilities to organize, integrate, evaluate and express ideas, that is originality, are considered, whereas in restricted responses essays components like interpretation and application are emphasized. As name suggests, holistic scoring rubrics yield a single overall score taking into account entire response. A holistic scoring rubric, like an analytic scoring rubric, needs to have the scores for each component or the characteristics so as to assign the score of excellent or promising as they deserve summing of the scores on each aspect. Steps as mentioned under task specific or analytic scoring rubrics can be followed for skill focused rubrics but extensively with reference to each aspect. This will enable to rate or score each performance on a scale with 4 to 6 points in comparison to criteria specified in the scoring rubric. Rubric rules. The improvement of ratings requires careful selection of characteristics to be rated, criteria of rating and conditions under which ratings are obtained. A set of principles or rules may be followed for creating a scoring rubric. 1. Make sure the skill, characteristics to be assessed is significant. That is, skills or the characteristics must be in harmony with school's objectives and desired learning outcomes. 2. Criterion of the rubric's evaluative criteria can be addressed instructionally. That is, every potential evaluative criteria must be scrutinized carefully to make sure the teacher can actually teach students to master it. 3. Employ as few evaluative criteria as possible. That is, try to focus for evaluative criteria so that instructional attention will not be burdensome to promote students' mastery. 4. Provide to concise label for each evaluative criterion. That is, the instructional quality can be enhanced by giving each evaluative criterion or brief explanatory label. For example, to improve students' oral presentation skills for evaluative criteria, namely delivery, organization, content, and language can be employed. These one-word essay to remember labels will be helpful. 5. Characteristics should be directly observable. That is, firstly, the characteristics should be limited to those occur in our school situations, and secondly, the characteristics should be visible to an observer. 6. Select the type of scoring rubric that is most appropriate for task or purpose of the assessment. That is, analytic scoring rubrics have more diagnostic values as they focus attention on those aspects of performance where improvement is needed. So the characteristics or dimensions being rated must be sufficiently distinct. 7. Match the length of the rubric to the preference. That is, teachers who believe in brevity should create brief rubrics, and who believe in detail should create lengthier rubrics. When the focus group is in session, no counting of number of responses or any aspects should be done by anybody including the moderator. Advantages of FGD. 1. Social groups are rooted in social interactions and hence lesson participants in habitations. 2. The collective contribution of focus group participants often yield valuable results. 3. The results of focus groups are readily understandable. 4. FGD can be quickly implemented. 5. FGDs are relatively inexpensive. Limitations. 1. Moderator has less control over FGD data gathering procedure. 2. FGD data analysis is laborious. 3. The nature of interaction that takes place in FGDs may mispresent certain participants' contribution to the discussion. 4. FGD data has highly limited generalizability. 5. Because of quantitative nature of FGD data, some researchers interpret data to support quantitative results. Applications of FGDs in educational evaluation. In generating qualitative data, the FGDs are successfully employed in following areas of educational evaluation. 1. Need assessment. 2. Formative assessment. 3. Summative assessment. And 4. Instrument assessment. Interview. Interview is another type of self-reporting technique. Interviews are a type of spoken questionnaire where the interviewer records the responses, whereas on the written questionnaire, as mentioned above, respondents themselves write the answer. Interviews can be constructed whereby there is a predetermined set of questions or unstructured whereby no questions are decided in advance. Interviews provide an opportunity of face to face interaction, hence it reduces conflicts. It is a conversation between two or more people where questions are asked by interviewer to elicit facts or statements from the interviewee. To have a maximum benefit out of interview, listening to interviewee, asking questions carefully, no interruption, making the participant feel comfortable are the fundamentals to be taken into consideration. Interview as method of studying child behavior can be adapted by teachers in different domains, particularly in cognitive to find out reasons or one's poor achievement with reference to home environment, and affective to deal with emotional aspect. No doubt it is time consuming and personal interpretation play the role to greater extent to check biasness of interviewer instead of one. A group of interviewer must be involved. How to explore quality. AOL is designed to summative and produce defensible and accurate descriptions of student competence in relation to defined outcomes of occasionally in relation to other students' assessment results. Certification of students' proficiency should be based on rigorous, reliable, valid, and equitable process of assessment. Maintenance of record. A detailed records of various components of AOL are essential, with a description of each component measures with what accuracy and against what criteria and reference points. It should also include supporting evidence related to the outcomes as justification. Descriptive records are maintained. Reporting. Meaningful records should be provided to parents and others, not merely to a symbolic representation of students' accomplishment example letter grade or percentage, rather in detail for better interpretation. Reports should be honest, fair, and provide contextual information for better understanding. In summing up, assessment of learning, it is to be understood as the process by which educators determine the level of students' learning. It has profound effect on the placement and promotion of students. Feedback to students in AFL and AAL have significant effects on
Assessment of
AOL
learning.
or AOL. There are many instances in education when we really do want to find out what kids know and what they didn't know. That is assessment of learning. In this type of assessment serves the purpose of accountability or ranking or of certifying competence. If teacher's instructional focus is on the freedom moment, when teacher may wish to assess how much student know about the freedom moment. In that case, the variable of interest could be degree of students' knowledge regarding the freedom moment. If teacher is interested in how competent students are regarding typing, then students' typing competence would be variable interest. Assessment of learning provides accountability to security in terms of demands and requirements of employment market. As a part of overall evaluation process, we need to specify to find if the learners are actually learning changing their behavior as a result of training. This will show us whether the training has been effective, which ultimately is the most important issue. Assessment is means of finding out what learning is taking place as well as specific and skills. We might also like to measure our changes in behavior related to personality, social skills, interest, learning style, etc. Characteristics features. Assessment is accompanied by a number of letter grades. Compare one student's achievement with standards. Results can be communicated to the student and parents. Occurs at the end of the learning unit. Definition. Educator and scholar Rick Dufort defined assessment of learning, the core mission of education, as ensuring that students learn rather than merely being taught. From the above discussion, it is clear that assessment of learning enables the teachers to know the extent to which one has mastered the knowledge and or acquired skills, on the basis of which ranks are assigned and certificates are issued. It has been discussed in the test that ranks assigned on the basis of the performance of the students on test. Different types of tests are there as per the purposes of testing. The right kind of test should be selected. To assess the level of mastery, criterion reference tests are preferred to assess the skills developed as a result of training or instruction. Performance tests and portfolios are preferred. In vocational courses, it is frequently more desirable to judge the product rather than the process. For judging the product, scoring rubric is to be prepared. It is desirable to rate procedures during early phase of learning, which will ensure that the basic skills have been mastered and products later. To assess a widely variety of learning outcomes and aspects of development, rating scales can be used. The use of rating scales help us to assess both era, area, process or procedure, the product in scholastic and co-scholastic area. Role of teachers in AOL. Because of the consequences of AOL are often far-reaching and affect students seriously. Teachers have the responsibility of reporting student learning accurately and fairly based on the evidence obtained from a variety contexts and applications. Effective AOL requires that teachers to provide a reasonable for understand particular AOL at a particular point of time, clear description of intended learning process that make it possible for students to demonstrate their competence and skill, a range of alternative mechanisms for assessing the same outcomes, public and defensible reference point for making judgment, transparent approaches to interpretation, description of assessment process, strategies for recourse in the event of disagreement about decisions. With the help of their teachers, students can look forward to AOL task occasions to show their competence as well as the depth and breadth of their learning. Planning AOL. The purpose of AOL is to measure, certify, and report the level of students' learning so that reasonable decisions can be made about students. There are many potential users of the information: teachers to report about their children's proficiency and progress, parents and students use results for making educational and vocational decisions, potential employers and post secondary institutions make decisions about hiring or acceptance, principal, district, or divisional administrators and teachers to use results to review and requires the collection and interpretation of information about students' accomplishment in important curricular areas in which that represent the nature and complexity of intended learning, because genuine learning for understanding is much more than just recognition and recall. Rather, to show complexity of understanding, students need to be able to apply key concepts, knowledge, skills, and attitudes in ways that are more authentic and consistent with current thinking in the new knowledge domain. Methods employed: not only not only text examination but also rich variety of products and demonstrations of learning portfolios, exhibitions, performance, presentation, stimulations, multimedia projects, and a variety of other written, oral, and visual methods are employed in AOL. Observational methods. Observational methods are procedures in which emphasis is directed to the overt behavior of subjects. Sometimes students may report what they would do in a given circumstance as in self-reports, or teachers might arrange conditions to evoke particular types of responses as in situational tests. Observational methods can be categorized in different ways. As per the meaning mentioned above, there are two types of observation. One is control and second one is naturalistic. Control observation, such as situational test, force the examiner to respond to specific tasks he perceives as realistic but which are actually staged by the examiner. It includes interview, situational test, and self-reports. The interview may be thought as a non-disguised control observation of an individual's behavior in a one-to-one situation. The interview consists or oral instructions between a respondent and a interrogator. The question posed may be highly structured bracket how many times you had to take tooth X in this week, or unstructured, that is tell me how you are feeling. Structured interviews restricted what the subject permitted to say. Unstructured interviews allow the respondent more freedom but make categorizing responses more difficult. Interviews often contain both type of questions. The observer and interviewer may take either active or inactive role in interacting with the interviewee. Situational tests are designed to observe personality and character traits in lifelike situations. Some situational tests depend on deliberate deception, whereas others simply set the stage for the individual to react to a contrived situation. Situational tests tend to be task specific and behavior elicited under pre-planned conditions. In neutralistic observation, an unobtrusive observer records uncontrived typical behavior, counting the number of hostile acts committed by a child on the play field is an example of naturalistic observation. Ratings are observations that have been categorized or organized to provide summary information about the behavior of individuals or groups. At least three types of rating forms can be prepared, that are unstructured, numerical, and graphic. Unstructured ratings appear in essay form with various degree of explicitness. Perhaps the latest structured rating form is the letter of recommendation in which the rater is allowed to express his attitudes, beliefs and knowledge in way he sees fit. Focused group decision bracket FGD. There are multitudes of techniques available for evaluating success. Evaluation for success presupposes a joyful condition for learning as well as evaluation. Here, joy is not to be taken vicarious pleasure. It means state of mental satisfaction, a sense of achievement, and a desire to perform and achieve more. Authentic and comprehensive evaluation possible when the learners enthusiastically get totally involved in the act of evaluation and derive pleasure, satisfaction and a sense of real achievement from it, which in turn peoples the learner to get involved in acquiring more and more meaningful learning experiences. FGD is one of such techniques for evaluating success. Formation of focus group. A focus group consists of relatively small number of homogeneous individuals who provide qualitative data during a moderated inactive group decision. For the purpose of focused group decision, typically 8 to 12 participants constitute a group. The participants in focus group should not know each other and as far as possible they should be total strangers. In practical situations this may not be a possible, but care should be taken not to select close relations and friends for the group. Each focus group is led by a moderator, sometimes assisted by assistant moderator, who attempts to keep discussion targeted at the issue of interest and encourages each participant to respond each other's views. The moderator plans and strives to nurture a lively, illuminating discussion among the members. Function of FGD. FGD is used in evaluation of qualitative data, not quantitative data. Example of focus group. 1. When the evaluator is attempting to secure reaction of the teacher educator to the newly prepared curriculum, then participants shall be teacher educators. 2. If evaluator tries to evaluate functioning of school management committees bracket SMC and wants to collect reaction of different sections of community, then focus groups shall be consisting of parents or guardians, teachers or elected members of local authority or local educationalist or children in the school group or children in the school. Caution to be taken during FGD. 1. No questions should be asked to participant. Only issues are raised by the moderator or evaluator, and the participant can freely continue to interact. The moderator should be only keen to bring discussion to the
Learning
scope of the
outcomes and
issues
aspects of
involved
development
like skills, work habits, social attitudes, scientific attitudes, academic, self-constant concepts, interest, appreciations, adjustments can generally be assessed by 1. Observing students as they perform and describing or judging their behavior assessing interaction with other students. 2. Asking their peers about them assessing social relationship. And 3. Questioning them directly self-reporting and self-assessment. Peer assessment is a process whereby peers guide assessment or test based on a teacher's benchmarks. Peer assessment can involve formative review to provide constructive feedback, maximizing opportunity for students to learn from their peers. Time for reflection or discussion with a critical friend can help individuals. Team learning. As education aims at socialization, emphasis has been laid upon team learning. Team learning is an educational method that strives to increase student engagement. It is assumed that individuals learn a lot via social interaction, building a classroom community. Members of an interdependent label work group rely on each other to get work done. Sometimes members have their own rules and other times share responsibilities. Yet, in either case, they coordinate with another to produce an overall product or set of outcomes. When this interdependence exists, you have a team. By capitalizing on interdependence, the team demonstrates the truth of old saying, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. The team are different from work groups. In work groups, individual accountability is emphasized, whereas in teams, both individual and mutual accountabilities are emphasized. The team learning is the process of working collectively to achieve common objectives in a group. In the learning organization context, team members tend to share knowledge and complement each other's skills. If there is no commitment and effort the team members, then working and learning from teamwork may fail. This is why teams should be given free to act, especially learning organization context. Cooperative or collaborative learning is a team process where members support and rely on each. Research suggests students learn best when they are actively involved in the process. Cooperative or collaborative or team learning is an active learning technique in which students work and learn together in pairs or small groups to accomplish shared goal. Collaborative or cooperative learning are two of many terms that refer to the process of students working together to achieve common objectives. Collaborative learning. Collaborative learning is a method of teaching and learning in which students team together to explore a significant question or create meaningful project. A group of students discussing a lecture or students from different schools working together over e-learning as a shared assignment are examples of collaborative learning. Collaborative learning is a situation in which two or more people learn or attempt to learn something together. Collaborating learning is a relationship among learners that require positive interdependence, that is a sense of sink or swim together, and individual accountability. Collaborative learning can take place anytime students work together, for example when they help each other with homework. Collaborative activities getting everyone involved building a classroom community. It enhances critical thinking. Collaborative learning involves effective group functioning such as giving constructive feedback, reaching consensus, and involving every member. How are we doing a group? In everyone working together, these are questions raised in collaborative learning. Everyone must contribute and learn. Strategies followed in jigsaw, that is, on a given part of material to be learned by the whole group, students have to teach each other. At the end, individual test covering all materials is administered and earn points for their learning individually and team score. Cooperative learning. Cooperative learning is a specific kind of collaborative learning. In cooperative learning, students work together in small groups on a structured activity. They are individually accountable for their work, and the work of group as a whole is also assessed. Cooperative groups work face to face and learn to work as a team. In this type of learning, group is formed. A small group of 4 to 5 is preferred. These learning groups meet once in a week to review the ideas and concepts learned in a week. Peers teach and tutors each other on the area of confusion. It helps students to become actively and constructively involved in content, to take ownership of their own learning, and to resolve group conflicts and improve teamwork skills. Learning groups can also coach each other on quizzes and examinations. The learning group gets the quiz for 10 minutes to coach each other. Individual write alone. The quizzes are returned to each learning group, who review the result and teach one another on missed questions. They provide feedback to their partner by giving them positive comments and making suggestions for improvement. In small groups, students can share strengths and also develop on their weaker skills. They develop their interpersonal skills. They learn to deal with conflict. When cooperative groups are guided by clear objectives, students engage in numerous activities that improve their understanding of subjects explored. Cooperative learning is pedagogical pedagogical approach wherein learning takes place via social interaction. For cooperative learning, three things are necessary. First, students need to feel safe but also challenged. Second, group needs to be small enough that everyone can contribute. Third, the task students work together on must be clearly defined. To benefit from the dimension of cooperative learning, group must be cooperative. All members must participate. Cooperative learning is an arrangement in which students work in mixed ability group and rewarded on the basis of success of the group. Scripted cooperation. Two students work together almost any task. One student gives the summary, other comments, and then work together. Roles change in subsequent phases. Sum up. In cooperative and collaborating learning, students work together rather than compete with each other individually. For some assignments, individual work may be most efficient, while for others, cooperative groups work the best. Research suggests that cooperative and collaborative learning brings positive results such as deeper understanding of content, increased overall achievement in grades, improved self-esteem, and higher motivation to remain on task. In these both types of learning, one, students find many opportunities to reflect upon as they are reply to diverse responses fellow learners bring to the questions raised. 2. Acknowledgement of individual differences. 3. Helpful for interpersonal development. Self assessment. Having students help construct and use of rating devices has special values from the standpoint of learning. It aids in the development of self assessment skills. Most of the devices used for recording the teacher's observation also can be used by students to judge their own progress. From an instructional point of view, it is often useful to have students rate themselves or their products and then compare the ratings with those of the teacher. Self-rating by a student and a follow-up conference with teachers can have many benefits. It helps the students A to understand better the instructional objectives, B in recognizing the progress being made toward the objectives, C diagnose more effectively particular strengths, and D develop increased skill in self-assessment, self-reflection. Comparison of rating between teacher and students will enable the teacher to explore with each student the reason for the ratings and discussion on the marked discrepancies. Metacognition is defined as cognition about cognition or knowledging about knowledging. In general, metacognition is thinking about thinking. More specifically, Taylor in 1999 defines metacognition as an appreciation of what one already has knows. Metacognition refers to learners' automatic awareness of their own knowledge and their ability to understand control and manipulate their own cognitive strategies. Metacognition consists of three basic elements that are developing a plan of action, 2 maintaining or monitoring the plan, and 3 evaluating the plan. Metacognition literally means cognition about cognition or knowledge about knowledge and learning. This metacognitive knowledge is used to monitor and regulate cognitive processes such as reasoning, comprehension, problem solving, learning, and so on. Metalife and Shimamura in 1994. Metacognition is the knowledge about their own thinking process. Metacognition involves kinds of knowledge that are declarative knowledge, that is, knowledge about yourself as a learner, the factors that influence your learning and memory skills, strategies, and resources needed to perform a task, that means knowing what to do. Procedural knowledge or knowledging how to use the strategies, and conditional knowledge to ensure the completion of the task, knowing when and why to apply procedure and strategies. Bracket Bruegg, Scraw and Ronning in 1999. As mentioned, the above metacognitive knowledge is used to regulate thinking and learning. There are three essential skills that allow us to do this. These are planning, monitoring, and evaluating. Planning involves deciding how much time to do a task, which strategies to use, how to start, what resources to gather, and what order to follow, and what to give intense action, and so on. Monitoring is the online awareness of how I am doing. Monitoring entails asking, is this the right way, or am I in hurry, or have I studied enough? Evaluating involves making judgment about processes and outcomes of thinking and learning. Should I change strategies, get up, or should I give up for now? Is this the task finished? Metacognition is the most useful when tasks are challenging but not too difficult. Metacognition plays a critical role in successful learning. So it is important to study metacognitive activity and development to determine how students can be taught to better apply their cognitive resources through metacognitive control. Knowledge is considered to be metacognitive if it actively used in a strategic manner to ensure that a goal is met. The most effective learners are increasingly conscious of how they learn. They expand their tools and monitor their progress. Teaching can be conducted so that attention can be given continuously to the learning how to learn, developing teaching skills. Scaffolding. Scaffolding refers to a variety of ways that we can help students acquire increasing metacognitive control. It can be done by studying students' performance as learners and their development of learning strategies. Intellectual scaffolding ties material together. Link the new with the old. After reading one paragraph, the teacher, in addition to comprehensive questions, it is required to ask students to make predictions about what may be in the next paragraph. The teacher can help to develop the awareness to guide their own inquiry, that is, what one already knows. Chapter 9, Assessment as Learning, AAL. Assessment as learning is based on the approach of cooperative and collaborative learning. AAL is the use of task or an activity to allow students the opportunity to use assessment to further their own learning. Self and peer assessment allow students to reflect on their own learning and identify areas of strengths and need. Assessment as learning focuses on students, emphasizes assessment as process of metacognition, knowledge of one's own thought process for students. Assessment as learning emerges from the idea that learning is just not a matter of transferring ideas from someone who is knowledgeable to someone who is not, but it is an active process of cognitive restructuring that occurs when individuals interact with new ideas. With this view of learning, students are critical connectors between assessment and learning. This is the regulatory process in metacognition, that is, a student become adept at personality monitoring what they are learning and use what they discover from the monitoring to make adjustment, adoptions and never major changes in their making. It requires scaffolding. Assessment as learning is based on research about how learning happens and is categorized by students to reflect on their own learning and making adjustment to what they can achieve deeper understanding. Usually through self and peer assessment, students reflect on their work on a regular basis and decide often with the help of the teacher, particularly in the early stage, what their next learning will be. The ultimate goal in assessment learning for students to acquire skills and habits of mind to be metacognitively aware with increasing independence. It focuses on the explicit fostering of students' capacity over time to be their own best assessors, but teachers need to start by presenting and modeling external structured opportunity for students to assess themselves. AAL helps students to make more responsibility for their own learning and monitoring future directions. This task offers students the chance to set their own personal goals and advocate for their own learning. Characteristics features begins as students become aware of the goals of instruction and criteria for performance, involves goal setting, monitoring progress and reflecting on results, implies student ownership and responsibility for moving his or her thinking forward. Monitoring metacognition occurs throughout the learning process, emphasizes to focus on the quality rather than quantity, gives importance to learning goals rather than performance goals. Generic learning goals of AAL: listen when my friends talk, read books and other reference materials, solve problems accurately, write convincing argument essays, track trace the track of progress and toward learning goals. Focus: AL focuses on identity roles that each individual student has to play the role actively. Beliefs or values, that is beliefs or values reflected in one's performance. Knowledge or understanding, that is both acquisition of knowledge and understanding are emphasized. Skills and competencies, that is to what extent one is skilled or competent understood properly as AAL is perform oriented. 3. 3 H's, that is head, heart and hands. It provides opportunity to think, share and act. In this, AAL observation plays the effective role. There are some areas of student development, however, in which teachers' assessment of behavior is apt to be inadequate unless observations are supplemented and complemented by students' judgment and reports. Various aspects of personal social development, such as leadership ability, concern for others, effectiveness in group work, and social acceptability, students often know better than the other teacher one another's strengths and weakness in collaborative learning and day-to-day observations. A complete picture of students' adjustment, interests, and attitudes cannot be obtained without reports from them. These expressed feelings and beliefs in these areas are as important as evidence obtained from observing their behavior. AAL is also known as co-assessment, where teachers and students collaborate in the assessment process. Through peer appraisal and self-report techniques are useful for understanding students better and guiding their learning, development and adjustment, result should not be used for making reporting. Teacher's role in assessment as learning AAL. The teacher's role in promoting the development of independent learners through AAL is to model and teach the skills of self-assessment, guide students in setting their own goals and monitoring their progress toward them. For this, provide examples and models of good practice and quality of work that reflect curriculum outcomes. Work with students to develop clear criteria of good patient practice. Guide students in developing internal feedback of or self-monitoring mechanism to validate the question their own thinking and to become compatible with ambiguity and uncertainty that is inevitable in learning anything new, provide regular and challenging opportunity to practice so that student can become confident, competent and self-assessors, monitor students metacognitive process as well as their learning and provide descriptive feedback, create an environment where it is safe for students to take chances and where support is readily available, focus their attention on the task rather than getting answer right, provide continuous feedback to continuing adjusting, rethinking and articulating their understanding. An example of AAL: divide the class into 4 or 5 groups, distribute a short article to catch group, ask each group to underline or highlight the idea that have most effect on you. Ask group leaders to explain the idea they have to choose and why. Allow the other group members to give their views on that idea. Important outcomes or relevant reasons are to be written on the blackboard. If any other ideas has been chosen by others groups, the process is to be carried out in the same way and the final word will come up. Peer appraisal. At the end of a student's oral report before the class, for example, the other student could rate the performance on a standard rating form as used by the teacher. The two most widely used techniques in this area are A. Guess who technique and B. The sociometric technique. In both cases, simplified procedures are used. The Guess Who technique is based on the nomination method of obtaining peer ratings and is scored by simply counting the number of mentions each student receives. On each behavior description, if both positive and negative description are used, such as friendly and unfriendly, the number of negative mentions on each characteristics is subtracted from the number of positive mentions. The nominating method is especially valuable for appraising personality, characteristics, traits, and social skills, but it is not limited to these areas. It is also useful in such areas as creativity, critical thinking, and problem solving. The main advantages of Guess Who technique is its usability. It can be administered in a relatively few minutes to students for all age level and scoring a simple matter of counting the number of nominations received. Its main limitation is the lack of information it provides on the with veteran students who are frequently overlooked. The sociometric technique is a method of assessing social acceptance of individual students and the social structure of a group. It is also a relatively simple technique based on the student's choice of companions for some group situation or activity to measure students' acceptance or as sitting companions, work companions and play companions. This technique is used. Principles: the choices should be real and choices that are natural parts of classroom activities. The basis choices for restrictions on the choosing should be made clear. All students should be equally free to participate in the activity or situation. The choices each student makes should be kept confidential and choices should be actually used to organize or rearrange groups. More spontaneous and truthful responses will be forthcoming when the student know that their choices will be used. It is usually wise to restrict the number of choices each student makes on sociometric activity to 5. It helps to arrange sociometric groups easily and reliability increases. The number of choices students receive on sociometric question is used as an indication of their social acceptance by peer. When 5 choices are used, students who receive 9 or more choices are called stars. Awareness of such results can be useful to teachers in planning activities that may help a child gain greater peer acceptance. Use of stoichiometric results. For a variety of purposes in school, these results can be used, such as organizing classroom groups, improving individual student social adjustment, improving group social structure, assessing the influence of school practices
Chapter
on
10:
students'
Social
objective based
Relations.
assessment. Meaning of objectives. In education, there are different terms which are used at most synonymously such as goals, aims, outcomes, objectives, behavioral objectives, etc. by some scholars but with different meanings by others. Generally, the terms aims and goals are used synonymously in general sense and as a very broad and wide term. The term specification, specific objective and behavioral objective are used synonymously. The statement of objectives contains a non-behavioral verb, understand, appreciate, etc. The statement of specification contains a behavioral verb write, read, draw, etc. As a result of educational experience, that is learning experience, learning outcome occurs. A stated desirable outcome before a student undergoes the learning experience is known as specification. An objective is a narrower term and a part and parcel of an aim, which is a broader term. Aims are the direction and objective is the point. Realization of objectives by the stages enables to achieve the aim. The objectives being specific become meaningful for a classroom teacher in his day-to-day work, while aims being broad and wide become meaningless. Objectives originate from aims. Attainment of an objective takes us one step toward an aim. Objectives serve as guide for both activity and evaluation. Objectives play a key role in the process of an activity. Instructional objectives. Objectives which are stated to serve as guide for both teaching and evaluation in the process of instruction are known as instructional objectives. As we have discussed earlier, objectives are very specific in nature. So, in preparing instructional objectives, attention should be given to different aspects of instruction. It is better to state objective in terms of what we expect pupils to be able to do at the end of instruction rather than what the teachers are going to do during instruction. Because if the latter part of the above sentence will be emphasized when we will achieve our objective at the end of instruction, but we will not be able to know whether not the pupils have learned anything. Objectives in terms of what we expect pupils to be able to do at the end of instruction. Direct attention to the pupil and to the types of performance they are expected to exhibit at the end of instruction. In other words, objectives are stated in terms of learning outcomes, that is, as a result of learning pupils are expected to perform certain tasks. The relationship of learning experience to learning outcome can be represented diagrammatically. This discussion no doubt gives emphasis on the course content as course content serves most useful purpose as means to achieve instructional objective rather than end itself. A behavioral objective specifies the knowledge or skill to be demonstrated, the conditions under which performance will be demonstrated, and the minimal level of proficiency. To Magar, 1962, the behavioral objectives we mean statements that indicate what the student will be expected to know or to do, as well as under what conditions and what level of proficiency. Basis of objectives. Objectives are based upon certain unrelated factors. They are treated separately for better understanding. 1. Philosophy of a nation. This is the main base and others described below are related to it directly or indirectly. As philosophy is a particular way of looking at things, every nation has a particular philosophy of life. For example, philosophy of America differs from that of Russia and hence their objectives of education. 2. Needs of a nation. Needs of a nation change from time to time which affect objectives of education. For example, before independence, needs of India were different. No emphasis was given on population education, but at present, due to unemployment problem, emphasis is given on population education to check population growth and the said problem. 3. Social environment and economic structure of a nation. Geographical condition of a nation affects the way of living and the economic condition of a country is affected by the natural resources available. For proper development of people, educational objectives are to be formulated which will be suitable for them. 4. Needs of a child. At different stages of his development, a child's needs undergo change. To fulfill the needs of a child, objectives of education are to be formulated and changed from time to time. Feasibility. In formulating objectives, availability of resources is to be taken into account. Relationship between evaluation procedures and objectives. It has been asserted that good teaching requires a detailed list of instructional objectives stated in terms of the behavior and competencies to be developed by students as a result of instruction. The same analysis is necessary for effective evaluation. It is the teacher who bases his instruction as well as testing procedure on carefully formulated and unambiguous list of objectives. Evaluation includes a variety of procedures, and instructional objectives are intended outcomes that direct our teaching. Effective evaluation relates the evaluation procedures directly to the intended learning outcomes. This can be accomplished easily provided the general instructional objectives and specific learning outcomes are stated clearly in terms of pupil performance. The process of relating evaluation techniques to intended outcomes is one of the logical analysis and judgment. The relationship between evaluation techniques and objectives can be written. The taxonomy educational objectives. In the evaluation procedure, different tools are used. In a test, the items which are included can be classified on several dimensions if a better test will be the result. The best known system of item classification is the taxonomy of educational objectives Bloom et al. In 1956. The taxonomy provides a logical and detailed system for classifying test items according to a hierarchy of desired educational goals in behavioral terms. This can be helpful in specification of instructional objectives by suggesting the range of behavior that might be included in the goals of instruction. There are three major areas in the taxonomy. 1. Cognitive domain, which is concerned with knowledge outcomes and intellectual abilities and skills. 2. The affective domain, which is concerned with the attitude, interest, appreciation and modes of adjustment. And 3. The psychomotor domain, which is concerned with the motor skills. Each of these three domains is further divided into categories and subcategories. In cognitive domain, these categories are 1. Knowledge, 2. Comprehension, 3. Application, 4. Analysis, 5. Synthesis and 6. Evaluation. In the taxonomy of affective domain, the major categories are 1. Receiving or attending, 2. Responding, 3. Valuing, 4. Organization and 5. Characterization by a value or value complex. The taxonomy for psychomotor domain includes 6 major classification labels. These are reflex movement, 2. Basic fundamental movements, 3. Perceptual abilities, 4. Physical abilities, 5. Skilled movements and 6. Non-discursive communication non-verbal communication. The taxonomy represents one of the most thoughtful analysis of the structure and the nature of educational objectives. It provides useful tools, particularly in the cognitive domain, for the teachers or curriculum workers. In the objective-based evaluation, first of all, objectives are to be selected and defined. The objectives are to be specified for the course in terms of goals and desired outcomes during planning. To be useful, objectives must be expressed in behavioral terms as well as discussed earlier. After defining objectives, it is easy on the part of test constructors to write the test items. Since all objectives are presumably important, he will write one or more items for each objective. It has been discussed in the following chapters what are the different steps constructing a test. What is the crucial in this approach is that the test items reflect the skills prescribed by the objectives. It has already been mentioned that Benjamin Bloom and his colleagues developed framework in 1956, strictly speaking Bloom's taxonomy of educational objectives, which was intended to promote agreement among educators and to lead better practices. Anderson, Krathwohl and others in 2001 developed the taxonomy table, in which application, analysis and evaluation have been replaced by their verb forms like knowledge has become remember, comprehension and understand, and synthesis, create. Assuming create the highest, that is the most complex and most abstract, the position has been changed on the cognitive process dimension. Objective based type. In the process of education, objectives, curriculum, instructions, and assessment are interrelated. A curriculum is said to be aligned when there is a strong connection among objectives, assessment, and instruction. While opportunity to learn focuses primarily on the relationship between assessment and instruction, curriculum alignment also addresses the relationship between assessment and objectives. The procedure of assessment that intends to determine any objective related to teaching learning process is called objective based type. In a broad sense, all types of assessment can be accepted as objective based, as no means is used without any specific objective. Ralph Taylor, often noted as the father of educational evaluation, has been credited with being a principal proponent of objective based evaluation approaches. Objective based evaluation refers to a class of evaluation approaches that centers on the specification of objectives and measurement of outcomes. Especially objective based evaluation, that is sometimes referred to as objective oriented or objective referenced evaluation, focuses on generating information for accountability and decision making by developing and measuring the appropriate objectives for these purposes. Objective based evaluation is the purpose of determining the degree to which educational objectives are being achieved. Education is goal, that is more specially called objectives oriented, and educational evaluation is mostly decision oriented. It is intended to lead to better policies and practices for realization of educational objectives. Objectives provide specifications for much of the information to be collected. Any educational enterprise seeking to bring about changes in learners is duty bound to collect information about the extent to which such changes have occurred. Different objectives require different approaches to assessment. Dick Wolf in 1979 put it in this way, that is, assessment of learner performance in relation to a set of objectives is not limited to the measurement of factual information acquired during a period of instruction. 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 During a period of instruction.